I don't even know how to intro this one because of the urgency of this situation that is going to be unfolding in Florida tomorrow. Um, a lot has changed in the last 24 hours that has resulted in the potential for an unsurvivable situation in the Big Bend area of Florida. And yeah, we're gonna dive right on into all of the situations that we have ongoing and all the latest information. Um, and we'll see. We'll see how this unfolds tomorrow. So let's go ahead and switch on over to our main scene. That is the wording that the National Weather Service used, a potentially unsurvivable situation in the Big Bend area. Let's go ahead and switch over to this one. Hopefully this is a good scene. Make sure everything's good. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I do feel a little bit sick. I don't know if it's just because of what I know is about to unfold tomorrow. I actually do feel dizzy. You could ask Lucky. I literally told him that I feel dizzy. So hopefully I'll be okay to go through this whole live stream. It's just we had an overwhelming amount of information come through in the last 6 hours, and I've just been consistently keeping a very close eye on it. And this is the first thing I want to start with because I know not everybody has looked at the NHC today. Storm surge forecast is now up to 20 feet. This is the type of storm surge we've seen with this is greater than the storm surge that we saw with Category 5 Hurricane Ian. It is tied with the storm surge we saw with Laurel back in 2020. It is getting up there with Katrina. Now, it's definitely not to Katrina's level yet, but that's the type of situation we could have unfold in Florida. Definitely not going to be the same as Katrina, but the National Weather Service literally said, I got a screenshot of it actually, before they ended up updating it. And I don't know if they actually still have this in. I didn't look to see if they still have this in their discussion, but there is a danger for catastrophic to potentially unsurvivable storm surge for that Appalachia Bay. Storm surge may begin to arrive as early as late Wednesday, which is today, as well as ahead of winds. This forecast, if realized, is a nightmare surge scenario for Appalachia Bay. 3, please take any evacuation orders seriously. This is directly from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee, Florida. This isn't from, some person on Twitter. It is from the official National Weather Service in Tallahassee, Florida, with these exact words. So just an absolutely absurd situation and a nightmare storm surge situation that's most likely going to occur tomorrow. And the ridiculous thing is, I believe they typed this when they were forecasting 18-foot storm surge, and now the NHC is forecasting 20-foot storm surge. Ian's storm surge maxed out at 18 feet. That is the maximum storm surge. I don't know how many counties are under evacuation. I didn't update my map, but somebody said like 40 counties are under some sort of evacuation. So I don't know if I could verify that at all. I haven't looked at all. Just please make sure you're staying up to date with your local officials. That's the key thing, is just pay very close attention to what your local officials are saying, and the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service as well. Let's see here. But yeah, glad to see everyone in here. Before I continue, I will go ahead and welcome those who have tuned in. David, Sam, Pez, Caleb, Indiana, Samuel. It's glad to see a lot of people in here. I'm really glad we're reaching quite a bit of people just 6 minutes into the live stream. If we could get this out to as many people as possible, that would be fantastic. I'd love to reach a couple people in Florida with the word of this, and hopefully everybody knows about this system. I don't think I could welcome everyone, so just welcome everybody. I'm glad to see you guys all in here. Everybody else who may be watching and not chatting, I'm glad to see you here in this stream as well. This is going to be a more serious live stream. I'm not going to be doing any types of jokes or anything like that, because this is going to be like a coverage stream where I'm locked in just feeding the information to you. Just an absolutely absurd forecast that the National Weather Service and National Hurricane Center has put out here. And I guess we should also go ahead and I should go ahead and show you guys the new National Hurricane Center's track. If you guys have been paying attention in the chat before we started up the live stream, you may already know that the National Hurricane Center has upped drastically to a Category 4 hurricane. Now, the NHC did note further strengthening beyond this pinpoint timing is possible to a mid-tier Category 4. So, whilst this pinpoint is forecasting a low-end Category 4 with 130 mile per hour wind sustained, there is the potential that we see a mid-tier Cat 4 to maybe even a borderline Cat 5. A borderline Cat 5 would be fully historic for intensification, probably outpacing Wilma. I'm sure some of you guys have heard Wilma before. This is going to make a run for the most rapid intensification phase we have ever seen in the Gulf of Mexico, potentially intensifying 50 miles per hour over the next 24 hours. That is an extreme case of rapid intensification, something that you normally don't see anywhere outside of like a handful of storms in the EPAC in the Atlantic, and then a couple storms in the Western Pacific. It is a very serious situation here, and Radar Omega's watches and warnings aren't fully loading in here, so that kind of sucks. That really happened just before I started up the live stream. So we're gonna bring y'all over to the National Hurricane Center's experimental cone so you can see just how far inland those hurricane warnings go. There's the potential that we see hurricane warnings all the way as far north as, get this, Atlanta, Georgia. These hurricane warnings may be expanded more to the north. Tropical storm watches cover the entire state of South Carolina and the entire state of Georgia, with hurricane watches and tropical storm, or rather hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings covering almost the whole state of Florida as well. There is states covered in warnings from this system. Very very dangerous situation is going to unfold tomorrow. They've upped the rainfall potential. We have two, not one, but two high risks for excessive rainfall in place. The one in Florida has a potential for 16 inches of rainfall. North Carolina, the potential for 20 to even maybe even some isolated amounts, upwards of 30 inches of rainfall will be possible. Storm surge, you have peaks upwards of 20 feet. Just everything is nearly maxing out on the charts here. And if we see any type of further intensification to a category 5, I mean, gracious day, there's no kidding what other numbers we could see flop on there. Just absolutely ridiculous numbers for a category 4, low in category 4 there. Not something you see often, which I want to touch on that storm surge again. These may be, I believe these are tied with the highest storm surge ever forecasted from the National Hurricane Center. I'm not for sure, but I believe the highest they've ever forecasted was 20 feet. 20 feet of storm surge, and you can see it's there in the Big Bend as well. So it's definitely on the higher end, and it may be tied with the highest amount of storm surge ever forecasted. And just absolutely crazy. I mentioned yesterday a worst case scenario would be a landfall southwest of Tallahassee. That's what's currently predicted. That's your worst case scenario. Just flat out there. That is your utmost worst case scenario, is a mid-tier category 4. We could still see higher than that, making landfall southwest of Tallahassee. It's going to be difficult to fathom the amount of storm surge we're going to be able to see here in the Big Bend area. That's why Tallahassee said it is nearly an unsurvivable situation for coastal areas here in the Appalachia Bay. Also want to go over the tornado threat really quick as well. I just want to get all the information out there quickly. And there's your enhanced risk for severe weather. This is not something you see often. This is like the risk that we saw with tropical, well, at the time it was Tropical Storm Beryl that brought a large-scale tornado outbreak to Louisiana. Speaking of tornadoes.
Tornado warning for northeastern Colquitt County in south-central Georgia, Colquitt County in Georgia.
So they have an enhanced risk out now for tomorrow, a 10% chance. That is not something you see often with tropical storms or hurricanes. So the potential for a tornado outbreak is present tomorrow across portions of Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida, as well as catastrophic, damaging winds thanks to, what we could see sustained wind speeds potentially exceeding 130 miles per hour with gusts potentially around 150 miles per hour. So just a ridiculous situation. I do want to go see that tornado warning. It is inside our hurricane warnings out here in Georgia. So for that little area of rotation for Norman Park, that's where we have a small area of rotation. You can see a miniature supercell that is fired up out here. So it's difficult to see because there's a lot of red here. There's a heck load of red thanks to all the hurricane warnings this far inland. But the flashing, I'm going to change that color. I'm going to change it to something brighter, maybe indefinite. Maybe white would be better. So that way you could just see that more boldly there. That's where we have our tornado warning in place. That's for Norman Park. Seek shelter immediately. And speaking of seeking shelter, I want to talk preparations here. If you are anywhere, with the exception of like Destin and Pensacola, Florida, if you're pretty much anywhere in Florida, all the way from just east of Destin and Crestview to the entire rest of the Panhandle and the entire peninsula of Florida, preparations need to be rushed to completion. They need to be finished as fast as possible. You have ran out of time. If you're not done preparing, you're already really out of time, especially for these southern locations like Key West. Just make sure that you have finished those preparations, and if you haven't, finish them as fast as you possibly can. Areas like out here in Key West, we've already had tropical storm force wind speeds and tornado warnings out for the portions of Key West. If it was east of Key West, Florida, there we had a tornado warning earlier today. Current look at Helene. It is a It is honestly, it has a beast look to it right now. A lot of people on Twitter were actually doubting the National Hurricane Center's forecast of a Category 3 hurricane being a real possibility. Now they've upped that to Category 4, as we all know, because of dry air. Earlier today, dry air had a lot of people skeptical, which I feel like might have spread to some people, and they may have thought, oh well, that dry air is going to get rid of it, and it's barely even going to be a hurricane by the time it gets to Florida. I'm sure somebody ended up thinking about that, because when you hear dry air and hurricane, those two don't mix. But the area we had dry air in was right here. It barely snuck into that core. So this whole area here was all dry air, and it did halt some intensification for just a little bit, but it didn't last long. I'll let that loop play out right now quite rapidly, and you'll see that core quickly wraps around, blocks off that dry air, and from here on out, it is going to be a rapid intensification process, unlike probably what most of us have seen. This is going to be the worst rapid intensification process I have personally seen out here in the Gulf of Mexico ever since I started tracking weather. The only thing that tops this is there was a storm, I think, in either 2022 or 2023 in the Western Pacific. That was a bit more impressive. And maybe Otis last year, but both of those are in completely different oceans. This is in the Gulf of Mexico. I haven't seen something that is going to intensify this rapidly ever since I started tracking weather, really tracking weather, which was 2021, and only 3 years ago. But the only thing I could possibly compare this to, I know it's a rough comparison, is Michael. Hurricane Michael, I believe 2018 is the nearest comparison we have to something like this. But I believe this will strengthen even more rapidly than what Michael did. The good news here is it's still a Category 1 right now. If it was like a Category 3 entering the Gulf of Mexico, no doubt we'd have a Category 5 at landfall. But thankfully, we had some minor hiccups like dry air, some slightly greater wind shear, and a close call to the Yucatan Peninsula that is going to inhibit this from most likely hitting that Category 5 status. So I mean, I don't know. That is a wild look. This thing still has over 24 hours left over open Gulf of Mexico primed waters. If it was making landfall now, the phrase that you'd hear all over Twitter and YouTube is, if only this had 24 more hours. That's what we hear with like Beryl, Francine, well, maybe not Francine, but definitely Beryl and Debbie. It was, if this only had 24 more hours over open waters, no kidding what it could do. This does. Helene does have probably almost more than 24 hours left for open Gulf waters. And because of that, like I said, for any of those who may have not seen, National Hurricane Center's up their forecast to a potentially catastrophic hurricane, wind speed wise, of 130 miles per hour. Actually, the director himself, the National Hurricane Center director, I believe, what is it, like Mike Brennan? Something around there. The guy who does our YouTube briefings on the National Hurricane Center's page on YouTube, he himself said that catastrophic wind speeds could go inland. It could actually go well inland here, if I can remember the graphic to show you this one. He was pointing out all the way to when those hurricane warnings end for potentially catastrophic damaging wind speeds in that whole red area. That impacts probably, I don't know exactly the population, but I'm sure over 1 million people are inside those hurricane warnings. We can't see it like we normally do with like your tornado warnings and stuff. But that's what he said. You could go watch that live stream yourself and you'll hear exactly what I just said. Let's see here. So, I mean, that is just absolutely crazy. Please prepare now. If you haven't already, I really urge you, just prepare. Just prepare if you are in those red areas, and of course all the blue areas as well, but the red, the hurricane warnings, that's where That's where the greatest impacts will be of catastrophic damaging winds. And if you're on the coastal areas, we could also see catastrophic flash flooding, catastrophic damaging winds, catastrophic storm surge. Like I said, this isn't a small system. Okay, this is the real deal. This is what every hurricane season you always hear. At least if you're in the weather community often and you're on Twitter, you'll always hear it only takes one storm. That's this one. It only takes one storm, and this is that one storm, and it looks really bad. Like I said, the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. I'll pull up that screenshot I got before they changed their advisory because they updated it like 5:10 ish or so. Just reading that again because I know we have like 100 more people in here than when I read this. Storm surge threat. There is a danger of catastrophic to potentially unsurvivable storm surge. For the Appalachia Bay, storm surge may begin to arrive as early as late Wednesday night ahead of winds. Here's another crazy thing. If this forecast is realized, a nightmare storm surge, a nightmare surge scenario for Appalachia Bay. So literally nightmare surge scenario and potentially an unsurvivable storm surge. Those, like I said in yesterday's stream, the National Hurricane Center is conservative with wording. They're very careful. They don't want to cause mass panic at all. They're normally extremely conservative. So the fact that they are using the highest wording that you can really see, I don't really think there's much more higher wording than a nightmare surge scenario and an potentially unsurvivable storm surge. So that's just absolutely crazy. Honestly, yeah, I do believe now. I do believe it is a real possibility. Tallahassee, it gets under a mandatory evacuation. We could see mandatory evacuations all the way inland to potentially even the border of like Georgia and Florida. It is a real possibility now. Yesterday, what was at one point unthinkable for evacuations as far inland as like Tallahassee and Quincy, Florida, thanks to that storm surge forecast and other upped forecast, it's now a real possibility. Like I said, hurricane force wind speeds may go all the way up. Currently, they're forecasted. I wish this warning would work. I really wish Radar Megas, maybe if I task kill it. Hopefully I don't task kill the wrong thing here. I'm going to just wait for everything to load up and make sure I don't task kill the wrong program. Maybe that will help here. See if that helps. Nope. So it is it's an issue on Radar Mega's end. But yeah, like I said, they're expecting hurricane force wind speeds through a good chunk of southern and even into parts of west central Georgia there. That is your official hurricane warnings in the red, tropical storm warnings in the blue. And then if you see that, that's a unique color there. So basically what that means is if you're in that area, I think that's just north of Tampa, you are in a tropical storm warning. However, you're also in a hurricane watch. So hurricane conditions will be possible, but right now they're not expected. They may end up issuing that hurricane warning tomorrow if they realize, hey, that wind field's a little bit bigger than we thought. They might go ahead and pull that hurricane warning just north of Tampa there. Thank you for the $11 donation there, Taco. What did you see inland for Fort Myers, 50 minutes from the ocean? Let's see here. I'm sorry I'm not paying too much attention to chat. Like I said, I'm really just trying to get all the info out. But this is, so you're in Cape Coral. Most likely, you said 50 minutes away from the ocean. Yeah, so you're probably in like near downtown Fort Myers. I think you guys will be okay. You definitely want to have preparations done immediately, finish preparations as fast as possible. Some basic preparations are make sure you have a full tank of gas. All electronic devices are charged. Your entire family is aware of the pending hurricane. Make sure you can get to higher ground in case a flash flood warning is issued. Make sure you know where your safe spot is in case you end up in a tornado warning. So I don't think you're going to be in the worst impacts there because you're not on the coastal area. But the sheer size of this system is going to be ridiculous. I could show you it right now. It's going to grow even bigger. Look at that wind field. Let's go to Radar Omega here so I can just measure that. Measure that for you. There we go. That is tropical storm force wind speeds. 300 miles right there. 300 miles worth of tropical storm force wind speeds. And it's going to continue to grow. It is going to continue to grow as it moves up to the north. And you could tell that even if it stayed here, even if it stayed at this category 2 intensity, tropical storm force wind speeds would still approach, Cape Coral, Tampa. However, like I said, it's going to strengthen. This thing has not even rapidly intensified yet, and this is the wind field we're already looking at. Oh yeah, definitely could see 30-mile-per-hour winds. You could see sustained wind speeds upwards of probably 50 miles per hour with gust maybe approaching upwards of 70. So, again, real quick, I haven't said this. I want to say it real quick. If you can, hit the like button on this stream and share it with your family, friends, social media, everyone you know in Florida. Share them the stream so I can try to give them information about what to expect. And that's what matters the most. That is what matters the utmost by far. Definitely, yeah. Virginia, out in my neck of the woods, we've got a tornado threat on Friday. This is a very large marginal risk. I don't know. Did you say... You just said Virginia. So southern Virginia into central Virginia is inside that tornado risk, as well as Tennessee, and all of North Carolina into a good chunk of South Carolina is inside that tornado threat for Friday as well. I do not think Friday will have nearly as big of a tornado threat as tomorrow. That core is completely shut now, Zach. So even if there is dry air, it's not going to be able to impede it as much as what it did earlier today. But yeah, you could still see it. We'll switch to the camera, or the screen rather, above my face cam. You could still see what Zach's starting to talk about right there. Still some dry air trying to get into that core right in here. You still have that dry air going into this hurricane, but even with that dry air, it's still going to be able to strengthen. Our main intensification phase will begin just after 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. An east wobble is definitely possible. I do think for landfall locations, currently this is where the NHC is forecasting. Whilst I pull this up, I don't know why my overlay's delayed now, or the screen switching. But this is where they're forecasting landfall. I do think we could see anywhere from where they're forecasting, generally from this area, all the way back to this region. That's where I think our landfall possibilities could be. So in this whole area here, I don't think we'll see an east wobble that puts like Tampa in the direct path, or Spring Hill. We're really locking in, really this area here is now the only possibilities for landfall, with the most likely case scenario is definitely right over like I looked up the pronunciation of this town, this city here, but yeah, right around this city. That's your most likely case scenario for landfall. We should be getting some model runs in. I haven't even looked at the potential for, or these newer model runs. I didn't see if they're rendering yet. Okay, yeah, they are starting to render now. So one of your model runs, I don't want to show it just yet. I'll wait for it to finish up. But one of your model runs indicate that the rapid intensification phase will really begin at 11 o'clock tonight, and I agree with that. I do agree with that. We also should have recon in this now as well. Matter of fact, recon's going into the eye, quote unquote eye. It's just really the low pressure right now. I don't really know if we consider that an eye yet. Yeah, you can see dry air is still taking its toll on this system, which is great news. But regardless of it, it's still going to intensify. Go to our hurricane hunters here. I believe this is the one that's updating right now. Yeah, so you can see they're starting to fly. They're gonna try to find that centralized low pressure somewhere in here. You can see clearly those hurricane force wind speeds there. At least those purple wind barbs. That's where you have your hurricane force wind speeds. And remember, these are flight level wind speeds, so looks like they're approaching about 70 miles per hour there. If we do have a wind speeds near Category 2 strength, it'd probably be on either the southwestern, I'd probably the south-southwestern side right now, because that's where most of your convection is. That immediately got my attention. Let's see here. Pull out the analysis radar for that. We may have an unwarned tornado. I'm just going to take a brief second to go check that. I really hope it doesn't, it turns sharply. If it turns sharply, hopefully it would result in a lot weaker of a storm. But I don't believe we'll end up with any big changes. Yeah, we've had a strong tornado, unwarned, ongoing for a while now. About 7 minutes of an unwarned strong tornado northwest of Cleveland, South Carolina. So if you are in Cleveland, or especially to the north of Cleveland, make sure you're seeking shelter. There's no official tornado warning on this, but radar has definitely picked up a very large debris signature here. That's a deep correlation coefficient. You can see spectrum width is going to confirm that. Even a ZDR drop, too. A ZDR drop. You can see those gray and dark gray pixels. That's indicating that there's a tornado there, long story short. I don't want to get too nitty-gritty into it. But yeah, we definitely had a tornado northwest of Cleveland, for sure. Let's see. Thanks for the 2 donations again, Taco. $7 and $11. Much appreciated. What time for the worst impacts inland? Southwestern Florida. East 1 hour. So timing is going to vary. There's still a lot of question marks on exactly when that timing will, or exactly when the worst will arrive. But the majority of your impacts will be tomorrow afternoon. The main core of the storm should stay off to your west. But tomorrow afternoon, like, from what I see, I wish we had some better data for you. But I'm just not confident showing this because I feel like it's wrong. Let's see here. I don't want to show any data that I believe may be inaccurate. Yeah, so probably there's a chance for some impacts beginning as early as like 9, 10 a.m. Tomorrow morning, but the main impacts will really get going just after 2 p.m. Eastern. All right, so it looks like that's probably lifted now. You can see that velocity couplet is gone. That correlation coefficient's lighting up. The reflectivity debris ball is also gone as well. So yeah, let me just go over this all again here. I want to just basically, I am going to start just kind of repeating the same information because I know people are consistently coming into stream. Some are leaving. So I just want to make sure everybody knows the same information, which is currently Helene is a mid-tier Category 1 hurricane. It's on an intensifying trend and will become a Category 2 hurricane very early tomorrow morning, probably by, keyword, by 2 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. Rapidly intensifying, potentially by 50 miles per hour overnight tonight to a low to mid-tier Category 4 hurricane before bringing catastrophic to potentially unsurvivable storm surge of 20 feet to the Apalachicola Bay, which is just barely to the southeast of Tallahassee. Catastrophic damaging wind speeds sustained from 130 to 140 miles per hour will be possible. Gusts potentially exceeding 145 miles per hour will be possible as well. And a tornado outbreak is a possibility tomorrow in southeastern Georgia, northeastern Florida, southwestern South Carolina. Landfall should be around the time frame of 9-10 p.m. tomorrow night. That's pretty much all your latest information there. All right, let's see. Also, just to reiterate here, we may have one of the most rapid intensification phases we've ever seen in the Gulf of Mexico. Don't let Twitter and TikTok tell you that this storm's gonna just be a nothing burger, okay? It looks a little bit on the rougher side right now, but believe me, that is one of the most perfect shapes you can have if we just didn't have some dry air for rapid intensification. That is a near classic look. There's multiple different cases for rapid intensification. This is gonna be one of them for sure. And just don't let TikTok tell you it's going to be a nothing burger. Prepare for the worst case scenario. I'll show you guys the graphics for all of your hazards that I mentioned. There's not really a good graphic I can show for the damaging winds. I might know how to get that. Please, Tallahassee, tell me you've blessed me with it. I don't know. It doesn't look like it. Let's see here. Oh, here comes a new tornado warning. But I'll show you guys at least the storm surge and flooding potential here just after we get this beep, which is probably for South Carolina. I was hoping it'd be for South Carolina.
Tornado warning for North Central Colquitt County in South Central Georgia, Southwestern Tift County in South Central Georgia, Southeastern Worth County in South Central Georgia, Colquitt, Tift, and Worth County in Georgia.
So that's a tornado ongoing, confirmed from law enforcement southwest of Tifton, Georgia, just to the north of Norman Park, where we have a tornado ongoing. You can see that area rotation right at my cursor. So there's a tornado most likely on the ground right about here near Highway 319, moving to the northwest, which will be eventually just south of Sumner and south of Tai, Georgia. That is an observed tornado warning. All right, going back over here, I want to show you guys, like I said, that storm surge forecast there. If you're in the purple area, on the immediate coastal areas, you need to evacuate now. I'm quite sure everybody on the coastal areas is going to be under a mandatory evacuation at this point, if you're in that purple. So if you're not under a mandatory evacuation, make sure you're checking with your local officials to double check that you're not under one just yet. Honestly, even if you're not under a mandatory evacuation, like I said, I don't want to tell you what to do, but if I lived in this area, I would, and I'm on the very coastal areas, I would get out. I would get away from that coastal area immediately, as fast as you can. By tonight. Hopefully they're evacuating people by tonight out in this area, because that's when your storm surge could start. Storm surge could start, like the National Weather Service said, as early as tonight, which it's Wednesday. So as early as, like I said, once again, tonight, we could see storm surge starting up in this area. And like I've also mentioned here, 15 to 20 feet of storm surge will be possible in this area, with 10 to 15 possible in between these two regions and 10 to 15 feet possible in this area. So this right here, that's 10 to 15 feet. This right here is 10 to 15 feet, and in the middle is 15 to 20 foot storm surge. Like I said, I can't even fathom that much of storm surge. I can't even imagine how much of areas like Cedar Key pointing to the northwest will be covered underwater. It's going to be horrific. Like the National Weather Service said, a catastrophic to potentially unsurvivable storm surge as we go through tomorrow. Pensacola, ooh, I can't exactly remember where Pensacola is. Okay, yeah, Pensacola, you're nearly in the clear. You're going to get some rain, but Pensacola is going to be the least area affected in Florida out of this system. Really, just some isolated flooding. Pensacola is one of the only safe places in Florida from this system. You can see there's Pensacola. There's Pensacola, Florida. There's all your warnings. Almost the entire state of Florida is under a tropical storm warning, and then a good chunk of Florida is also under those hurricane warnings, and coastal areas of almost all of western Florida into the Big Bend area. Y'all are under those storm surge warnings, and there's Radar Omega fixing up those storm surge warnings. Now you can see just how far inland those storm surge warnings do go. All of a good chunk, I should say, of southeastern Alabama is under those storm surge warnings. All of Georgia is under storm surge or hurricane warnings. All of South Carolina is under storm surge warnings. Even freaking Charlotte, North Carolina is under a tropical storm warning right now. I might have said storm surge warning. If I did, I really apologize for that. Blue is tropical storm warnings, y'all. Tropical storm warnings in the blue. Your storm surge warnings are in the dark red, and your hurricane warnings are in the light red. There's just a lot of warnings, so I'm kind of being overcrowded by information. I apologize. I'm going to mess up probably a couple times like that in this live stream, so just take note that if something doesn't sound right, that I'm saying something maybe a little wrong, it's probably because I am. All that blue is storm surge warnings. I'll show you here if it will allow me. Well, I'll just take this off. So for this color table blue, you can see storm surge warnings, or tropical storm. See, again, tropical storm warnings in the blue, storm surge warnings in the dark red, hurricane warnings in the light red. My word. It's not that difficult. It's not that difficult. I don't have a difficult color table over here. My word. Charleston, South Carolina, you definitely want to be watching very closely tomorrow. Your biggest threat will probably be tornadoes in Charleston. Yeah, you have the potential for a tornado outbreak tomorrow in Charleston, South Carolina. Tropical storm force wind speed sustained around 50 miles per hour with gusts possibly higher than that will be possible. And I don't know about flash flooding. I don't think flooding is going to be that big of an issue out there in Charleston. Yeah, up to 4 inches of rainfall in Charleston. So very, very minor isolated flash flooding will be possible. Mainly tornadoes is the biggest issue there. Let's see here. So the main issue with this storm is going to just be two big things here. The biggest story out of this is probably going to end up being the storm surge, which again is up to 20 feet in this area here, as well as the sheer size of the system. It is a possibility that we see tropical storm force wind speeds across nearly the entire state of Florida tomorrow. I don't know how common that is. I don't know if that's really ever happened, maybe outside of a couple handful of storms like Michael. But me personally, I've never seen warnings this extensive, all the way from Key West, Florida to barely away from my area. I live out here. I'm only like 3 to 4 counties away from those tropical storm warnings, which I consider that not too far. Considering landfall is going to be down here southwest of Tallahassee, and I'm almost in tropical storm warnings way up here in Virginia, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. So I personally have never seen tropical storm warnings that far inland. I don't know if it's true, but I saw something like Greenville, South Carolina's only issued tropical storm warnings this far inland once before, which was back in 2002. I saw that from Twitter, so don't take that seriously. Don't take that as an actual fact. But I did see that. And somebody was saying how it's the first tropical storm warning to be issued in this portion of South Carolina and North Carolina ever since 2002. Some people, unfortunately, just sometimes like to make up facts like that in very serious situations like this. So you also got to be wary. I know it's not something you probably think of, but you got to be aware of potential misinformation with this system. One of the things that's definitely not misinformation is the potential for catastrophic storm surge. I'm really glad to see that that the reach of the weather community with this storm is far. It is really, really far. A lot of people know about this storm thanks to the weather community as a whole. Holy crap! So here's our new data. This data takes this takes into account like the current millibar pressure from in recon data that has been implemented into our model runs. It shows a flat out Category 5 landfall. There's no light way to put that. It shows a Category 5 landfall just to the southeast of Tallahassee. You can see, I wonder if it initiates a little bit too strong. So it currently thinks that Helene is 968. Helene is currently, as of the 5 o'clock advisory, a 978, a 10 millibar difference. So I wondered if they found 974. 974 is what Recon is finding inside the eye. So I think our HAFSB may be a little bit too aggressive on the initialization here of your run. But then again, it kind of backs out of it. Look at it. So it goes from 968 to like 9. I think that says 959. I can't tell too much. But it looks like it goes from 968 to 959 and then goes back up to 965. And then it continues that rapid intensification phase. So like I said, after 11 p.m. Eastern, or generally 10, 11 p.m. Eastern, that's going to be when we see this rapid intensification phase occur. We'll see what your other model runs have, your HAFSAs rendering in right now. That's going to show a similar scenario, probably weaker though, but look at that, y'all. This would be a high-end Category 3, just barely to the west, or well, to the west, I should say, of Tampa. It would still have a lot more water to work with there, so this is probably going to strengthen further on this model run here as well. Your H-Morph model, that literally only has one frame in right now. Your H-Mon model just seems like a... Is this so large? This might be just really zoomed in. It looks really large on the H1. That's also going to be very aggressive. Look at that. Looks like we're going to have some really aggressive new model data, which is probably because Recon is implementing just how strong this storm actually is right now into those model runs. I just want to really know 973. So it could be the lowest millibar this storm could be right now, from what I see here, is 973, the absolute lowest from this Recon data. So personally, I don't think it's going to be on that rapid of an intensification just yet. I think it's really going to take another 3 to 4 hours before it completely gets rid of that dry air, and then it's able to start that really rapid intensification process. I personally don't think it's almost a Category 2. I think we're still dealing with a mid-tier Cat 1. So a Category 2, if I remember correctly, is 100 mile per hour winds. Currently, NHC has this at 85. We will see a new advisory in less than an hour, though. So we're going to get a new advisory here in not too long. And of course, we are going to be live for that. Of course, we will be live. Gracious day. My goodness, y'all. So if we continue to see, that eye wall really it's closed off from potential dry air there. I'll switch over so you guys know what I'm talking about, because honestly, I'll have to look at it more too. Try to get my words together here. So this is where the core of your system is. Your eye is located generally out in this area here. It's not visible from satellite imagery, obviously. It's not that strong of a storm yet. And you have quite a good amount of dry air that is still trying its best to get into this storm. But it's definitely fighting that dry air very well and rapidly, trying to get it out of the core. You can see, look at that big explosion right in the dry air. Look at that. This is where, let me just draw that. This is where your dry air was about, what is this, like 4-ish hours ago? Like 4 hours ago? Yeah, 3 to 4 hours ago. That's where your dry air was. And look at that explosion where your dry air was located. See if I can get that back up. Where your dry air was located, we saw that big burst of convection. And that's wrapping around the entire western side and northwestern side of Helene. See if we can see that from infrared satellite. Yeah, look at that. You can also see dry air is still in the system. It's not fully knocked out that dry air just yet. You think it's just a dry salot, not dry air? What's the big difference between the two? Cloudman. Is the dry salot just an area where dry air has already damaged the system, but there's no longer dry air there? All right, let me go back over here. So before I go ahead and pull up these graphics once again, because I do want to show you guys, I know you may be getting sick of the same information, but like I said, I just want to make sure it's all out there. Make sure you hit that like button and share the stream. Those are the two things that I care about the most because it helps us reach more people. I do want to go ahead and actually pull up. I don't know if I really went too in depth in this graphic here. The National Hurricane Centers, we did with that. Their rainfall forecast. Let me save my computer by a couple of months here by closing out some of these tabs. There we go. Get rid of at least a little bit of tabs here. Not a lot, though. I got rid of like a whole 2. So this is your rainfall forecast from your National Hurricane Center. This red area southwest of Tallahassee, that is where they are forecasting up to, as you see here, up to 16 inches of rainfall. You guys actually can't see the key. There you go. See that? 16, up to 16 inches of rainfall right there. That's what they're forecasting just to the southwest of Tallahassee. In that orange area, that's where they're forecasting up to a foot of rainfall. Now, keep in mind, up to means that's like the highest end you can see in this set forecast here. Most areas will probably end up seeing slightly less than that, and some regions could exceed their forecast as well. And in that yellow area, that's why you're looking at upwards of 8, which is this region here. That's more of like an orange there, in between an orange and a yellow. That's where you're up to 8 inches of rainfall possible, so that includes areas like Tallahassee. Yellow, right here, this yellow, that's where you have up to 6 inches of rainfall. That dark green is up to 4 inches of rainfall. The light green is up to 1 inch of rainfall. And this is probably going to change at least slightly tomorrow, just slightly. And then, of course, in the Appalachians, that's where you're, it's a very, because of the various elevations of your mountain range, your rainfall totals vary drastically up there in western, southwestern North Carolina. Some areas here could see, you see that little pink dot, upwards of 30 inches of rainfall, whilst the majority of the region in your Appalachians and western North Carolina is probably going to end up with up to 12 inches of rainfall in that darker orange color. And then, of course, like I said, too, also out here in Tennessee, Kentucky, and Alabama, northern Alabama, you guys are going to end up with some marginal impacts, some isolated flash flooding upwards of, I believe this is, 8 inches of rainfall here will be a possibility. That includes a metro area of Nashville, Tennessee. Atlanta, Georgia, you could see anywhere between 6 to 12 inches of rainfall. Currently, I think you're on the edge of the 8 to 12. So right now, you're looking at up to 8 inches of rainfall, but you could be easily introduced to that orange area tomorrow. Here's a better map to go off of. We're going to get rid of your watches and warnings so we could go on this map here. This is a slightly better map to go off of for your flash flooding potential. This is your day 2, so tomorrow. This is tomorrow's rainfall probabilities from the Weather Prediction Center. You have your marginal risk, your slight risk, your moderate, and your high risk. So that's your level 1, level 2, level 3, and your level 4 out of 4 risks for excessive rainfall. If you're in those high risks, that's where you're looking at potentially catastrophic flash flooding. If you're in the moderate risk, that's where you're looking at significant to very isolated areas could see some catastrophic instances of flooding. If you're in the slight risk, that's where you're going to see mainly very isolated flash flooding, probably nothing significant. And then in the marginal risk, that's really light to moderate rainfall. Only a couple areas in that marginal risk will actually end up with flash flooding. So marginal is the second best place to be. The best place to be would be inside no risk whatsoever, like out here in Jackson, Mississippi. Not even in a flood risk for tomorrow. Now, Friday, a little bit of a different story here. That level 1, 2, and 3 threat is present over here in Virginia and North Carolina. They have not introduced a level 4 out of 4 threat just yet. I don't think they will. But that moderate risk is mainly for the Appalachian Mountains in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, into southwestern Virginia. And then a large slight risk surrounding that, with an even larger marginal risk surrounding that. And that was your flooding graphic. Today's flash flooding risk, we actually do have a high risk in place for today as well. And that high risk threat, level 4 out of 4 right there, well to the west of Greenville. Not really many areas I personally know in here. Cleveland, northeastern Georgia, inside that high risk 4 out of 4. And that's today's. So a lot of graphics, a lot of stuff, y'all, a lot of information. There's a lot of information. I wish everything was just like in one simple page and that's it. But no, you got to go searching for a bunch of other different things. You know, your storm surge is on the NHC. Your flash flooding is on the WPC. Your tornadoes, I believe they have it on the NHC as well, but mainly you look at the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center for that. You just got to look in all different areas for it. Let's see here. This area here. Oh, Lord have mercy. Are your friends possibly here? Like where that blue marker is? I really pray no. If they are in that area, there's a very high likelihood they've already been ordered to evacuate. So, yeah, like Shadow said, you should leave. That's really the best way to put it right there. If you have any friends there, just let them know they probably want to get out. They probably just simply want to get out. They should be under mandatory, which means you are forced to leave evacuations there. I mean, gracious day. That area could expect potentially up to 16 inches of rainfall, which is possibly catastrophic. Up to, let's see, this area here. So that's the point. That's the point. I mean, yeah, that area is looking at up to 15-foot storm surge, flash flooding potential. They're in a 4 out of 4, which is as high as it gets there. Damaging wind speeds. You could see sustained wind speeds, potentially sustained wind speeds above 130 miles per hour, with gusts well exceeding that. So yeah, that area needs to evacuate. That's the type of region that Tallahassee was talking about for potentially maybe even a unsurvivable storm surge. So you can see here, potential for wind greater than 100 miles per hour, Category 3 force or higher, which is actually now, I'm surprised they didn't change this. It should be Category 4 hurricane force or potentially higher. Because we're forecasting a Cat 4 now. Prepare for catastrophic wind damage, devastating to catastrophic storm surge, 16 to 20 foot storm surge, extreme life-threatening storm surge greater than 9 feet, 8 to 12 inches of rainfall with locally higher amounts. This is all for the area you gave me there, Alligator Point, I think it was called. And then, of course, the potential for a lower-end tornado threat as well. Not really the highest tornado threat out there, because that's where your landfall may be. You may literally, that area has the potential to be in the eye. Like I said, landfall could vary anywhere from like northwest of Horseshoe Beach all the way to generally where this city is here. Anywhere in there has the risk for landfall, with the NHC currently at this moment forecasting landfall right here. However, we all know hurricanes can wobble, so just a little wobble, even like a mile eastward, could shift the entire landfall point closer to Alligator Point. Recon is going to go back in to try to see if they can find the center with a lower millibar. We may be able to get 2 more pass-throughs, but probably 1 more pass-through before the National Hurricane Center ends up doing their advisory at 5, or not 5, 8 p.m. Eastern. I really appreciate all you guys tuning in here, and there you go. Actually, we got a different recon in it. 974 still. Look at that. They found the calm, man. They found the eye. They found the eye. I don't think it actually has like there's no visible eye on satellite, but they found literally calm wind speeds there. Let me see if we can overlay this with satellite. And let's see here. Yeah, so they probably have your low pressure somewhere in this convection. Now it looks like there's convection there. But yeah, see, when they went through, it was probably like right here. Right about this frame here is when they went through, and it was probably quiet. I mean, dead calm there for a little bit. And then they went right back through into this blob of convection where you have hurricane force winds. But now we have 2 recon in this. We don't have just 1, we have 2. We have 2 recon in this thing. We also have recon, I think, going into John now. Yeah, recon's in John right now, and that's hurricane force. I bet I missed that. Is John a hurricane again? Okay, not yet. Yeah, those wind speeds aren't just yet. They're not just yet hurricane force. But yeah, John revived itself over here. It is forecasted to become a hurricane. You can see the track. So it went like this, rapidly intensified to a Category 3, made landfall in a portion of Mexico, then did a swing back out to sea, and now sharply cutting more into Mexico. I believe John has dropped well over 30 inches of rainfall out here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we've even seen some locally 40 to 50 inches of rainfall out here, considering how long it's been lingering around for almost a week at this point. Almost a week it's been lingering around in that area. I think it made landfall like 3 days ago. 2 or 3 days ago, so. I do believe that John actually helped Helene a bit. Remember yesterday people were discussing on Twitter, and I told you guys they were discussing that John could actually hurt it with its outflow. I think it did the opposite. I don't think the outflow reached there, but I think some of the moisture from John actually was able to put itself out in front of Helene or near Helene and give it a better environment to intensify. Oh, I wish I could show this here. Gracious day, a 20-foot storm surge is going to be so devastating. My word. All right, let's go back to our hurricane models here. That's, if I can remember there, that's where I put them. Is your HMOND. That's 2. Oh my goodness. Are they all going to show Cat 5s now? That is a Cat 5. 2 of them, your HMON and your HAFSB, have showed a Category 5. Okay, good. That is, that's still not the best case scenario. It's better than a Cat 5, though. This is probably a low, most likely mid-tier Category 4 hurricane landfall on this model run, which is your HAFSA. Now let's see. So that's 2 models, 2 hurricane models that show Category 5 landfall. 1 shows a Cat 4. And this is your last hurricane model. I don't know if it even goes out far enough. Oh my goodness, a historic That shows a borderline historic hurricane right there. That would be historic for intensification. Oh my word. That is 3 hurricane models that show Cat 5 now. Wow. 3 hurricane models. Like I said, hurricane models are made to take into account what hurricane intensification is like. And they also use our recon data, the data that our recon got just probably they used the recon data from about an hour ago, and that was implemented into these model runs. So for your HMON, let's see if it actually uptrended that much. Yeah, your HMON uptrended big time by a whole like 8 or 9 millibars. May not seem like a big difference, but that is actually a big difference. Your HAFSA downtrend. That's your only model run that I believe downtrended, unless your HAFSB somehow downtrended too. Nope, HAFSB uptrended there. So your only downtrend came from the HAFSA model run. Which, let me see what all these initiate as. I will be honest with you, I think the HAFSA is the most realistic one here. I'm not just saying that because it's the weakest one, but that initiated the closest to what it's currently at. So the weakest, the model run that has the weakest scenario, which is still a low to mid tier Cat 4, okay? It's not a good scenario. But the one that has the weakest out of our 4 main models shows, or at least that's the one that I think is handling it the best. Couldn't get English out there. So, even in this weaker scenario case, it'd still be a low to mid Cat 4. It's still not a good scenario. And your GFS, that's always, yeah. That's just not something you want to pay attention to anymore, is your GFS and Euro models. Any of your global models you really just don't want to look at anymore. Like I said, you could still put them as a tool in the toolbox, but they're not going to handle it well. Not even as close to as well as these hurricane models will. I definitely agree with the HAFSA probably the most, I'd say. Yeah, I think the HAFSA is going to be handling this one better because it struggles with dry air, possibly all the way till near 2 a.m. Near 2 a.m. tonight, and then it finally starts to get that sorted out. But yeah, this is when the NHC has it becoming Category 4, and you can see it's right on track. HAFSA has a Category 4 here. So we'll keep an eye on him. I hate how the lower case scenario here is still a Cat 4 at this point. Man. Well, we'll see what the NHC thinks at the 8 o'clock advisory for our millibar. That's going to be really that's going to be one of your key factors on if your hurricane models are correct or not, is what millibar the NHC has this being. Because if it's like towards a 968 millibar or so, that would mean our stronger model runs are better. But if it's nothing lower than about a 972 or so, that would mean our weaker HAFSA model run would be more correct here. My word. Yeah, that's really how it is, Joy. Really, no matter what happens, this is going to be a bad storm. It's just, how bad is it actually going to be able to get? Because it's the Gulf of Mexico. It is the Gulf of Mexico, which is the most favorable environment currently anywhere for development. And we happen to have a near perfect system going right into it. Like I said, the dry air, whatever you want to call it, dry air, Salah, dry air. That's the only thing that's preventing it from becoming stronger at this moment. But I'll keep a very, very close eye on this for sure, even after I end stream, whenever that may be. We don't have any more tornado warnings, which is something I really just overlooked. Didn't even really notice that. I was so used to having a tornado warning somewhere over the last like 2-ish hours or so. But yeah, I mean, just a crazy situation. Please, like I've said, just make sure you're evacuated if you are under an evacuation zone. It is very important to evacuate. This, like I said, this could be a hurricane for coastal areas that's not even survivable. Not only I have obviously said that too, but the National Weather Service has. That's the whole reason why I wouldn't say stuff like that if the NWS didn't say it. I mean, just gracious day. Absolutely crazy. We'll see if they change the intensity at all. I wonder if they will. I don't think they're going to change the forecasted intensity. But yeah, we'll be live for quite a while tomorrow. I don't want to start the stream too early tomorrow. Landfall is expected to be like 9-10 p.m. Eastern, so I know a lot of people are going to be live all day tomorrow. I'm probably not going to end up being one of those people, but we will be live for multiple hours tomorrow as well. We've done probably 20 plus hours of briefings on this system, and the main streams tomorrow. That's the main stream that we're going to be doing. I don't know how long we're going to be live tomorrow, but it's going to be a while. I know that. I'm in for a long stream tomorrow. And hopefully we'll see some downtrends here. I don't really know. The best case scenario would be that this dry air just never leaves, but I don't really see that happening. I also wanted to check that too. How well is this infrared satellite imagery handled here? So this is what the HAFSA model thinks it looks like right now. It's not that bad, but it's pretty bad. I mean, it's not handling it too well. And you can see that intensification process is really rapid, so I don't think it's handling it the best. Out of all of 4 of our hurricane models, it's probably handling it the best out of all of the 4, but I still don't think it's handling the intensification too well there. We'll just keep a very, very, very close eye on it. There's obviously going to be our 00Z model runs tonight. We have probably 3 model runs left. We have our 00Z model runs tonight into tomorrow morning, our 06Z tomorrow morning, our 12Z tomorrow afternoon, and we may be able to get our 18Z in, so we may have 4 model runs left. So this is what your HAFSA model run thinks it looks like right now. Obviously above my face cam, you can see what it actually looks like. So I'm trying to compare the image that we actually have, like right now, which again is above my face cam, versus what the model run thinks it looks like right now. So that's why I said I don't think it's handling it the best, but it is handling it the best out of our 4 model runs. It may still be overdoing intensification still. We will see. It's all going to come down to a couple things. The main thing here is what NHC thinks, or what NHC finds the millibar being of this hurricane right now. We'll see if they decrease or increase that millibar. Let's see. My word. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. The next 24 hours are going to be wild. It is going to be absolutely ridiculous what type of intensification we can see here. Because that's still a possibility. You know, what if that dry air never leaves, then it's always going to be something that's stopping the system from rapidly intensifying, and it could be a slightly more gradual. That's always a possibility. Whilst very low, it's possible. Because let's all be honest, the system doesn't look the best at the moment. Whilst it still has a favorable look for rapid intensification, when is that going to begin? Because if it began now, then yeah, we'd be looking at a mid-tier, high-end Category 4. But the longer it takes to begin, the less ocean it will have to work with, to be able to intensify. Because this dry air has been, I mean, it's been in the core for a while. It's tried to shut it out multiple times, and it has succeeded once or twice, but then it opens right back up. You can see dry air is trying to get right back on into it. So this is what it looked like this morning. You can see that dry air infiltrated the east-northeast side. Ever since this morning, before even noon, that dry air has started to get into the core, and you can see right here in the evening, it tried to get that dry air out, and it almost succeeded here about an hour ago. And here it comes right back in. More dry air is trying to get right back into the core. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. You know, you definitely want to be preparing for what the NHC is calling for, and that's Category 4 strength. But it overall just doesn't look like the absolute best system right now. There's one of your first tropical storm force bands here. Or thunderstorm bands, or outer bands is what I meant to say. Your outer bands. One of your first outer bands have started to make its way across southern Florida. It's probably not packing that much damaging winds with it, I'd imagine. Let's see here. There we go. It shouldn't weaken Haley, but there may be a more gradual intensification phase as opposed to, you know, possibly historically rapid intensification phase. It just depends, and I don't know which one we're going to go for. Right now, at this moment, we are looking at a, you know, we're looking at a near historic rapid intensification process over the next 24 hours. But I mean, only time will tell. Jaden, I don't see a possibility for less than a Category 3, personally. I think it is still a possibility that, I think it is still a possibility that we don't end up with a Category 4 storm, but I mean, we'll see. It still doesn't look the worst, but it doesn't look the best here. You could see it. Yeah, I mean, you could see, look at this. You could still see some towerings trying to start up here, some better convection trying to start up for sure. So it's just that dry air is like nagging it. It's like a needle's poking at it every couple of hours, or every hour or so. And it keeps on nagging it, so it's not able to intensify. Because if you look at recon, let's see. I bet we can't find a mile per hour much stronger than about 85 miles per hour here from recon. Let's see if we can find something. So 85 miles per hour. Let's see. See if I can figure out what knot we'd look for 85. So if we do the conversion with flight level winds here, in order to see the NHC upgrade to 90 miles per hour at the 8 o'clock advisory, we would have to see, let's see. what, like greater than 75 knots. So at minimum, okay, actually greater than 80 knots, my bad. Right around 80, I should say. Right around 80 knots is what we'd have to see. Right around 80, maybe even just slightly more than 80 knots in order for them to upgrade to a 90 mile per hour hurricane here. And I don't see anywhere that that's going to be even possible with this system. I don't think we're going to see a change with our wind speeds. We may see like a 3 or 4 millibar lowering. The current National Hurricane Center the current National Hurricane Center advisory has it at a 978. We may see that go to 974. The current miles per hour is 85 sustained. I personally don't think we're going to see that increase. I don't see much of a reason for them to increase that. Let's see here. My word. I don't know. I don't know what to think of it, y'all. All I know is prepare. I'm not a complete expert when it comes to hurricanes like I am with tornadoes. I'm not an expert with tornadoes either, but I just know a lot more about tornadoes. That's what that's what I really want to study and chase after in life, is just figuring out everything I can about tornadoes. Let's see. I think HAFSB is still our best bet at least a simulation of what's possibly to come here. This is your HRRR model run, which actually, I think I have the, yeah, there's your HAFSA. So this is the best simulation we have of a progression of what this system could do over the next 24 hours or so till landfall. So generally, it looks something like this with its wind field, generally. And you'll see it slowly intensify. And then after, like I said, after 10 or 11 p.m. tonight, we should see that process of rapid intensification all the way possibly to Category 4 or Category 5 status. Both the HAFSA and B, they're both pretty good, but they're different with handling the intensification phase here. HAFSA, HAFSB. HAFSB looks to have more of a dry air infiltration look, kind of like what we have now. Whereas HAFSA has more of a solid hurricane force look to it right here. And only some very small dry air, maybe not even anything on the northern side. And if you go to HAFSB, you'll see how it's really just the northeast side with hurricane force winds and some of the southwest side. And then in the middle, you have all this dry air infiltrating it all around here. And I'm sure you can see that from if we go to reflectivity, simulated reflectivity, yeah. So you can see a band here with dry air getting into the system generally like this. It's just generally disorganized on this model run. So both of them are handling it okay. I wouldn't say they're handling it fantastically or perfectly or something like that, but it's the best presentation we have of the future here. Let me go back over here. Alrighty, let me go ahead and show you guys this once again, because I know I haven't showed it in just a little bit. I want to go through all of our graphics again from the National Hurricane Center. These are about to change probably just slightly. I really don't think they'll change that much. Like I said, I really just don't. So there's your current cone of uncertainty from the National Hurricane Center, forecasting a Category 4 hurricane to form by 2 p.m. on 2 p.m. Eastern time. I believe this is in Central here. 2 p.m. Eastern time. They're forecasting a Category 4 hurricane tomorrow. Yeah, that's not the new advisory. I just had a double check. So that's a Category 4 hurricane they're forecasting tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. There's our current wind field right there. Very large wind field for Helene. Your hurricane force wind speeds are pretty much right over the center. Tropical storm warnings with hurricane watches still out for western Cuba. Very large chunk. Almost all of Florida is under at least a tropical storm warning here. There's only 2 counties that are not under a tropical storm watch or warning, and that's the one where Destin is, and as well as Pensacola. Both of those areas are not under a tropical storm warning at the moment. Tropical storm warnings, though, extend all the way from as far south as you can go, all the way to the far southern Florida, all the way through eastern Florida into southeast Georgia and all of South Carolina. The entire state of South Carolina and Georgia is inside that tropical storm warning, with southwestern Georgia inside those hurricane warnings. And of course, central, or I should say, kind of like the central panhandle. Yeah, this is like the central eastern panhandle here that is under those hurricane warnings as well. Northwestern side of the peninsula. So this is the one I'm looking at. I don't know if this will update by itself here, but this is the cone I'm looking at. That's the cone I'm looking at. I don't know if it will automatically refresh itself when the 8 o'clock advisory comes in. All right, let's go over to storm surge. So this is your current storm surge forecast. We'll see if this changes at all at the 8 o'clock advisory in about 20 minutes. 10 to 15 foot storm surge is forecasted right in between these 2 dots here and here. 10 to 15 is also forecasted in this area as well. And then 15 to 20 foot storm surge, which is catastrophic to potentially unsurvivable storm surge, is forecasted to the south and east of Tallahassee, Florida. Other areas that could see some significant storm surge include like the Tampa Bay area, where we could see upwards of 8-foot storm surge, and most of the western side of Florida, as you can see here, will receive at least 3-foot storm surge, if not greater. And even some very marginal storm surge possible in far southwestern South Carolina, southeastern Georgia, and northeastern Florida as well. So that's your current storm surge forecast. Like I said, it may change just slightly at the 8 o'clock advisory. It's your flash flooding potential there. The outlook for the next 3 days. Big slight risk there. Big level 2 out of 4 risk for flash flooding, with a level 3 in that red and a level 4 in the pink. And then, of course, I skipped it. But you also have that level 1 marginal. So you have a level 1 in the green, level 2 in the yellow, level 3 in the red, and a level 4 out of 4 for flash flooding in the pink. This area in Tallahassee, that's where we're looking at up to 16 inches of rainfall. Isolated amounts could be slightly higher. And then in this pink area up here, we could have isolated amounts upwards of 30 inches of rainfall, specifically in southwestern North Carolina, right in here. And I think that's most of your graphics. There's your wind speed probabilities. Tropical storm force wind speeds are guaranteed in this pink. Is it guaranteed? Okay, it's greater than 90%. You see, it's 90 to near 100% in this pink area. So nearly guaranteed here. And this will continue to update. The further we go, some of these areas are going to continue to increase with probabilities here. All right, did we see the H-Wharf model? I can't remember if we saw landfall for that. 919 millibar, I forgot. I forgot if we saw that, but that is definitely a Cat 5 landfall there from your H-Wharf model. Here comes your NHC forecast. Helene is likely to become a major hurricane tomorrow. Doesn't really do a whole lot in terms of if they've updated anything. So we'll wait for me to officially get that full advisory out there. Well, this is an intermediate advisory. I'll just wait for it to come through on the National Hurricane Center site here. It's going to be advisory 10A. So a little bit early, which is not something that's unknown for the National Hurricane Center. They do early advisories quite frequently. They did exactly what I said. They dropped the millibar to 974 and kept the miles per hour at 85. They did literally exactly what I said. So they didn't change the miles per hour. The only thing they changed was pushing down the millibar by 4. So you can already see here the H-Morph model in that case is wrong. It initiates at 963. H-Bond model initiates at 960, so that's wrong as well. HAFSA initiates at 972, which is close. HAFSB initiates at, 959 or 969, which is also wrong as well. So, yeah, I mean, HAFSA is as close to as accurate as we have for a model run right now. Which does show a mid to low wind Cat 4 landfall there. So, Matt, basically what I was looking at is I was just looking at what the model run initiated as, what it started rendering as. So your HAFSA model run thinks the millibar is 972 for Helene, and it's actually, the NHC dropped it. It's 974 now. This isn't the new update. It's 974. So I was just comparing what model run had its closest start to a 974 millibar. So basically, most of our hurricane models appear to be overdoing the intensity just slightly. Let's see here. Gracious day. Yeah, it's just going to be a waiting game now, y'all. It's just going to keep a very, very close eye on things, and it's going to be a very long 24 hours, I have a feeling. I have a feeling it's going to be a very long 24 hours. Just keeping an eye on this thing and watching it slowly start to strengthen until eventually it becomes quite rapid. I think we're gonna come back tonight. I think I'm gonna end up coming back tonight and updating you guys at the 11 o'clock advisory. Because there's no need to wake up early tomorrow morning, so I'm probably gonna end up starting a new live stream tonight. We'll probably conclude this one here in about 28 minutes and then begin another one for you guys later on. So that way you guys prepare. I'm going to leave so that way you guys can go and finish your preparations and not be distracted by me. And then we'll come back on here probably just after the 11 o'clock advisory. I mean, I was thinking about staying here the whole time till the 11 o'clock advisory, but I feel like I should just split it up so that way I get a little break. So if you guys want to tune back into tonight's live stream, make sure you've hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all, because we'll end up going live again tonight, and we'll be live, of course, tomorrow. It's probably not going to be a too long of a live stream tonight. We'll probably be live from like 11:15 to maybe 12:15. I don't know if I'm going to do a really late live stream or not. We'll see. The last thing I want to do is lose a bunch of sleep tonight and then end up being exhausted for tomorrow's live stream. Let's see here. I don't know. We'll see how long we end up staying live at the at 11:15 or so. But yeah, make sure you leave a like. We're at 150 likes. I don't think we're going to be able to get to 200 likes, but hey, we got over 100, and that's what pushed us out to a lot of people. All thanks to you guys. It's greatly appreciated. And I'm going to go check, make sure. We're of course, going to be here for like the next 20 minutes or so. But I'd like to see if they did update the intensity here at all. That's not your new forecast just yet. I'd like to see if they pushed if they pushed this becoming a category 2 till later or what. I don't have the new cone here on Radar Omega. That's what I want to see. I want to see their intensity guidance here. Let's see. I'm going to turn back to my... This is my favorite infrared satellite. It doesn't look too good, though, because this storm's not the strongest. At least at the moment. This is going to look completely different tomorrow, that's for sure. It'll look completely different. New cone is at 8 p.m. They did already do the 8 p.m. advisory, though. So the new cone should be out very soon. They did their intermediate advisory. Which I don't really know the big changes between the two. I thought the cone was only updated on the full advisories, which is 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. And then, of course, you also have 5 a.m. and 11 a.m. too. But I thought it was only on the full advisories. But I don't know. I've seen it update countless times on the intermediate ones. There's a chance it doesn't get to Cat 4. It's going to just depend here. The NHC did decide to up their forecast, though, to a low-end Cat 4. I mean, let's be real. Are you really going to feel the difference between 125 mile per hour sustained winds and 130? Regardless of if it's an extremely high-end Cat 3 or an extremely low-end Cat 4, I mean, they're still going to have relatively the same impacts. It's just about a 5 mile per hour difference. And, you know, once you start adding up 5 mile per hour differences, then, of course, it really starts to matter. But, I mean, that's just such a little change there. I don't think it's going to be too much of a noticeable ordeal once you're actually in the eye wall. You're not going to be out there. Oh, yeah, this feels like 125 instead of 130. That's not a Cat 4. You're not going to do that. So, don't get too caught up in if it's a high-end Cat 3 or a low-end Cat 4. Don't let that category number completely decide what you do. Let's see here. Gracious. A lot of mandatory evacuations there. Maybe I'll attempt at making that map tomorrow, but I'll probably fail. I don't know if I'll remember that. We got a wee-woo here, so here comes a tornado warning. I'm down 1 bottle of water. I forgot to drink my water. I try to normally drink about a bottle an hour.
Tornado warning for East Central Tazewell County in southwestern Virginia,
At least when I'm
North
live.
Central Bland County
That's
in
my
southwestern
state.
Virginia,
That's my state.
southwestern Mercer County in southeastern West Virginia, Bland, and Tazewell
Wow.
County in Virginia. Mercer County in West Virginia.
Yeah, definitely some pretty tight rotation there. Winds going away and winds going towards the storm. Or winds going away from the radar towards the radar. Look at that. Definitely some pretty tight rotation there. That could drop a tornado. I am not going to travel... oh. When did that get there? When did these storms get here to my... Why are they moving north? Yo, I'm getting slammed right now. It's about to start pouring. When did these get here? What? I wasn't even watching. There's also an area rotation on this severe too. Look at that. Small rotation there near Lansing, North Carolina. But yeah, we are at a tornado warning now for this storm. And that's a pretty large area of rotation too. And you can see the miniature supercell embedded in here. Your hook echo right there. So yeah, definitely worth the tornado warning. Good call on Blacksburg for issuing that one. This could drop a tornado near Clear Fork, Virginia. Also, as it moves up to the north towards Maple View and, let me go further north. Maple View and Princeton, West Virginia. This is the border between far western Virginia and far southern West Virginia. Does that make sense? There you go. Did they update that intensity yet? Let's see here. Okay, that is your 5 o'clock advisory. I don't see any change here. Yeah, I don't think they changed your cone at all. It still looks all the same. Still forecasted to be a Cat 2, a mid-tier Cat 2, actually. A high-end Cat 2 at 2 a.m. tonight. And then become a low-end Cat 4 tomorrow at 2 p.m. And then move inland as a Category 1. That's your tropical storm force wind speeds, your higher-end tropical storm force wind speeds, and your hurricane force wind speeds. So pretty large wind field there. Still a large wind field. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, wow. Y'all, we're getting a lot of new convection on it. Look at this. Look at this in the last, geez. Like the last 30 minutes, watch. I want you to watch this whole area here and also the center. Look for little blobs that start to appear up. Watch. See them almost everywhere around that center and on the northeast side. They start to appear up. I'll go ahead and circle some of them for you. Here's one. Ooh, can I choose what color would be best here? I'm going to go for like, shoot. Maybe this reddish color would work, but yeah. Nope. I guess we could go for white. So there's a blob there, blob here, a whole line of blobs that are starting up here, some more up in this area, some more over here. So these are just towers that are going to start up here. And the more towers we have, the better chance of this hurricane, getting rid of that dry air slot or cutting off the dry air, whatever it is, and starting that rapid intensification process, because it's still... We're definitely not in that rapid intensification phase yet. We're close, but until we start seeing that big jump, we're not actually in it. We saw a 5-mile-per-hour jump, but yeah, our biggest jump should probably be from the 11 a.m. or the 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. advisory. Which, like I said, we'll go live for your 11 a.m. advisory tonight. 11 p.m. If I'm this bad at 8 o'clock, holy cow. I don't know if I'll be able to even English later on. All right, let me get rid of that. All right. Yes, I am very much inside that special weather statement. 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. Switch all back over here. There you go. I'm inside that. I'm not going to do anything, though. I'm already indoors. That's the main precaution when you're in a special weather statement, is just get indoors. And I'm not near any windows. And I'm definitely not near a door, so I'm good. As long as there's not a lot of lightning, I'm good. If there's a lot of lightning, I'll need to probably hop off the computer, which I'm probably going to end up getting off here in 15 minutes. So there's our rotation right there. It's definitely breaking apart. Still radar indicated for 31 more minutes. So let me go ahead and see if Hurricane Hunters, I just closed that out, but I just remembered about our Hurricane Hunters there. I forget now we're always having Hurricane Hunters in this thing. Yeah, that's some pretty good wind speeds there. Almost 70 knots. Yeah, 68 knot wind speeds there. Not the worst, but still not evident of strengthening yet. Another recon here. They got a 65 on the southwest side, which is what I was talking about. You see above my face cam, there's this area of more robust convection off the edge of the Yucatan Peninsula. Oh, look at that. Yeah, they did get 70 knots. So they got 70 knots. But in order for us to see an upgrade, we got to get, what did I say, like 80? we got to find like an 80, 85 knot wind barb from Recon here. So we're still at sustained wind speeds of 85 miles per hour. Okay, there we go. Go back to this one. Oh, let me also check this here. 974, 974, 974, 974. This one, pretty sure we already saw this. 974, 974. So we're about to get this. Recon's going to go back in here very soon. Probably before we end, we'll be able to see that. They're both about to go back in, actually. This one's going to go in like this. This one's going to go in like this. They're about to go in at the same time. I wonder if they're going to be able to see each other. I'm sure they may be flying at slightly, barely different levels. But look at that. I mean, they're both going to go in the center at nearly the same time there. This one and this one. They're going to both intersect, like, right here. I'm sure one's faster than the other. Yeah, current millibar is 974 with sustained wind speeds of 85 miles per hour. There's also now some cancellations going into Georgia. I believe we're having some school and college cancellations there. That's because we have the potential for 80 plus mile an hour wind speeds as you go through southwestern and central Georgia. Those may even be as far north as Atlanta. Nah, there wasn't anything good to chase. It's getting too late now. It's almost dark out. There's a very good chance it already is dark out. There was no reason to chase if I can't see anything. I ain't got night vision goggles now. Yeah, there's still your area of rotation inside this tornado warning for Princeton, West Virginia, Clear Fork, Virginia. Like I said, right here is the border between Virginia and West Virginia. Still a miniature hook echo there, so it's still trying to rotate. My storms, they don't look like they're even close to being able to rotate. The chance of using a hook echo with a storm moving northwest is slim to none. It's very rare. Although we have seen it because it's 2024 now. But in my area, that's nearly impossible. Ooh, we might not get an update from them in time. They're going to go... Yeah, they did turn more to... probably to avoid going in the exact same spot as the upcoming recon here. We might just extend our live stream by 15 more minutes so we can see if these two recons find a lower millibar. But the next advisory is 3 hours away, and we'll start after that advisory comes out, which is currently planned for. We'll probably start at 11. I don't think we're going to start later. I was thinking 11:15, but normally they're early with the advisory, so we'll probably start at 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. 11 p.m. My word. Let's see. There's a chance I start earlier than that, though. I don't really know exactly when I'm starting, but all I know is that we will be live for 11 o'clock advisory tonight. We may go live slightly before it or slightly after it. Come on, Recon. This one should update any second. I appreciate all you guys being in here for another stream. I'm glad to have each and every one of you guys in here receiving hopefully useful information. We've talked about, you know, the NHC's products for quite a long time in this live stream. We mentioned it quite frequently. And now we're just waiting for recon data. Which they are getting close. One is pretty much, they're in the center right now. We just have to wait for them to update. We gotta wait for it to update, which takes about 15 minutes. And that was 8 minutes ago. So this should update in about 7 minutes. This should update in about 2 or 3 minutes. Did they get a pressure reading? Oh! 973.6, which still rounds up to 974. And this also got 973 here, too. I missed that. But that all rounds up to 974 still. We'll have to get a good drop. Like, we'll have to at least get down to 972 at the minimum in order for it to actually be something that indicates strengthening here. It's trying to look at my face cam. There's a lot more bubblers going up there. Well, yeah, Pete, we've had a lot more viewers in here because of this storm. So it is difficult to catch everyone's chat. That's for sure. That's why we've introduced a slightly longer slow mode. But yeah, Proxy, I mean, everything that Lucky told you in his live stream still stands true. Oh, wait, no, actually, you're the person in Southwest Virginia. I'll just quickly go check. It's not a big deal whatsoever. I don't think you're going to get much. Where you are, you could get up to like 6 inches of rainfall. You are in the moderate risk for flooding, so that's definitely your biggest issue as you go into Friday into Saturday. So keep an eye on tomorrow for some isolated flash flooding, but the big threat will be Friday night into Saturday for flash flooding. Damaging winds shouldn't be much of an issue, but they could still be gusty upwards of 30 miles per hour. No. I don't want to ride in a recon plane. No, thank you. Nope. As a weather enthusiast, that doesn't sound appealing to me. I'll leave that to the hurricane hunters there. Not me. I already get sick from just car rides, man. I can't imagine flying. So, Huntsville, Alabama, you're not going to see a whole lot. Same for Montgomery. Really, your main threats: isolated flash flooding and some very isolated gusty wind speeds upwards of 30 miles per hour in both Montgomery and Huntsville, Alabama. Our storm's going to move up like this. It's coming in from the southwest. It's going to start taking a northern turn and then take a northwestern turn like this. And the reason why those tropical storm warnings don't go far west as they do east is because as it moves inland, it's going to be a more east lopsided system, and all that tropical storm force wind speeds and moisture is also going to be wrung out on your Appalachian Mountains in North Carolina. So, therefore, areas like Tennessee and north central Alabama won't see nearly as much impacts as areas like North Carolina, South Carolina, especially Georgia and Florida. Still, neither of these have updated. Gracious. A little slow here. Oh, did that one update? It looks like it updated. I just heard some thunder. Yeah, I think that's new. 972. I can't tell for sure. I think our radar omega is a little bit bugged here. See if I can go to tropical tidbits. Recon. Mission 13. Mission 13 found a millibar of 973.5. Mission 12 found a millibar of shoot. They already went by. Oh, wait, no, this hasn't updated yet. So, yeah, this one still hasn't updated. This one did update on tropical tidbits at least. Which was 973.5. I think that was their latest millibar there. So I'm going to keep them both up. Yeah, they did a drop zone too. So, yeah, mission 13 found a pressure as low as like 970. What did I say? 973.5 or so? Something like that. Yeah, 973.5. And they're going through the southwest side of the system now. Mission 12 has yet to update. There we go. Go check on that tornado warning really quick. Yeah, still a broad area of rotation. It's actually strengthened back up now as it's moving into New Hope in Princeton here in West Virginia. Opinion on the center not going east yet doesn't matter that much. It will eventually turn east. There's a big old wall called a trough ejection that's in its way. All right, let's see if we got something from Mission 12 here. Still haven't updated on tropical tidbits, but I think they found, oh yeah, there we go. 972 point, oh, 971.8. 971.8. Wow. Yeah, that is, that's definitely slightly lower there. You know what that means? That means, our 18Z model run of HAFSA is, pretty much, if not spot on, with it being a 972 millibar at 8 p.m. Which, if we follow that forecast, it should peak at a 941 millibar tomorrow about 8 p.m., which would be a low in Cat 4. So there you go. We've already missed our ending point, so I'm just going to go a bit longer. Let me go back in here. Okay. Go back to that tornado warning once again. Oh, yeah. I don't know how I haven't lost power. I'm probably going to end up losing power, to be honest with you guys. Just know if I randomly cut off, I lost power. Because that's not exactly the weakest storm there. Kind of want to go look outside. I'm going to take a peek out my window. The last thing you want to do in a thunderstorm. Yeah, it is just completely dark out. I just have to stay looking out the window for some lightning flashes. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a weak tornado about a touchdown out here near Princeton. That is a pretty good couplet, and that's probably my parents texting me. Whenever there's a storm, they go ahead and text me, see if I'm aware of it. Oh, yeah, I also got a notification. Thunderstorms are likely in the next hour. Why, thank you, weather app. You could have told me that, 30 minutes ago. A little bit late. Storm's already on my doorstep, and it's like, thunderstorms likely. Yeah, no duh. Let's see here. I'm going to follow that line, see if we can find the millibar of 972. I don't think we're going to be able to find it. Or 971.8 is what it was. Yeah, I see there, that was 972. This might be it right here. 971.8. There you go. 971.8. So, yeah, that is 3 millibars less than what the NHC currently has it. However, they rounded up, so it would be 972, and I have a feeling they probably would just do 973 anyways. So I don't think it's really that much of a change, to be honest with you. Dude, that convection is firing up. I don't think we've seen an explosion of convection like that with this storm yet. It's probably going to look quite a bit different at 11 o'clock when I see you guys next, or just before 11. Let's see. Okay. But yeah, like I said, that was your recon, so I don't think we're going to pay much attention to this anymore here. Yeah, they're already going through the western side now. Pull up our satellite imagery again. And look at all those, you know what, this would be a better one. Look at all those new blobs. A bunch of new blobs of convection that started up all around the system. New towers going up. So it's still trying its best to strengthen. It's just not rapid because of the dry air. But this is what a major hurricane looks like, before the day or two before landfall. They normally don't look all that impressive until they undergo that rapid intensification phase. One of the storms right off the top of my head that looked impressive at this point as it was nearing and heading towards Florida is Michael. Michael looked very impressive at this point. It was already starting an eye. You're welcome, Frank. Wouldn't be possible without people just simply watching the live stream. I'm just here doing what I love, and helping people out is a massive benefit to it. I didn't really plan for this channel to end up reaching people to the point where it'd be helpful. I just started it up as something fun to do with my friend, with Lucky. I started up before Lucky, but I ended up just making it and then finding people along the way who also liked weather. A lot of people like clouds. It is pouring outside. And then some people hate them. Some people do not like clouds. It is pouring rain outside right now. Yeah, but Princeton, West Virginia, just make sure you're in your safe spot. Tornado could drop at any moment out there. It's definitely not the tightest signature, but it's tight enough to the point where a tornado could drop at any moment. I'm listening for lightning or thunder. I'm listening for thunder. If I ever start going quiet again. Yeah. Thank that dry air a lot for the moment. Hopefully it continues like that. That'd be awesome. But I mean, there's just a lot of convecutive hot towers right now. A lot of hot towers going up. There we go. English. Ben, glad to see you in the live stream. I just heard a loud strike there. But yeah, Ben, glad to see you in here. I saw you in yesterday's live stream, but I couldn't really welcome you because because I was chasing. Then when I came back, I think you already left. But I haven't seen you in here in a little while. So glad to see you back in here. You got gifted a membership a little while ago. So yeah, the next obviously the next 24 hours are going to be very crucial for this system. Landfall should be in a little bit more than about 25 hours from now. We should be at landfall. Here comes the tornado warning. My bet's an extension in West Virginia.
Tornado warning for southwestern Summers County in southeastern West Virginia, northeastern Mercer County in southeastern West Virginia, Mercer and Summers County in West Virginia.
There we go. Yeah, so like I said, still pretty good couplet of rotation right there, moving up to the northeast. That's going towards Duns and Ellison. Let me go ahead and mute this again. Oops. Okay. So we're just going to continue to monitor that area of rotation there in Princeton. It is getting pretty strong. I do have to interrupt coverage here for just a bit because we're about to hit a milestone on the channel of 7,200 subscribers. Just 2 subscribers away from 7,200. Which this 100 definitely went by fast. It definitely went by fast. You can see right here, there's your spike up. I mean, gracious day. Holy cow, we've gained like almost 30 subscribers every day for the last 4 days because of y'all. There you go. 7,200. 7,201. Thank you guys for hitting that subscribe button. We're 11 likes away from 200 likes, which is also crazy. Now 7,003 subscribers. 7,203. Let me English there. English difficult. That area of rotation is actually getting pretty impressive now. Move that radar sight up. It's trying to become on the stronger side of rotation here. We'll see if it succeeds with that. Let me go back over here. Thank you guys for all the congratulations. You guys are the ones who subscribed, so I mean, I didn't do much. I just sat here and talked. That's all I do. Yeah, this thunderstorm looks like it's not gonna knock out my power. I probably just jinxed it. Look at that though, pretty good line. If it was daytime, I would have hightailed it outside. Because like Pez said, that probably had a shelf with it. Also, yeah, the main thing we're just gonna really look at is this. This is really gonna be the main thing to pay attention to. Just satellite imagery, just watching satellite. Just set up a live stream. 24 hours of watching satellite. We actually did that for one storm. That was it was a storm in the Western Pacific one day. I think. Now I can't even remember what storm it is. We're 2 more likes away from 200 likes on my end, so if you guys haven't, it'd be really appreciated if you hit that that like button. How's Live Oak, Florida looking? Live Oak, Florida, I believe you're under a hurricane warning. Yeah. So hurricane sustained wind speeds of about 100 miles per hour with gusts possibly higher than 115 miles per hour will be a real possibility. A few tornadoes will be possible. Significant rainfall to potentially isolated catastrophic rainfall will be a possibility. Rainfall amounts could exceed 6 inches there. So just definitely want to stay weather aware and keep an eye on the forecast. Main timing for that, of course, will be Thursday afternoon all the way till probably Friday morning. Let's see here. All right. Yeah. Well, I'm going to miss my next opportunity to end. I've missed it. Oh, no. I mean, I don't really need to take a break just yet. We could just keep going here for a little longer. I would like to stop and then start again later on. Just take a little break, even if it's like just an hour break or so. But, I mean, I'm perfectly fine sitting here right now. I don't, as long as you guys don't mind just looking at satellite, I don't either. We're just not going to have a whole lot of updates till like 2.5 hours from now. But shoot, if I ended the live stream, this is exactly what I do. I just do this. I just look at it. I ate supper before I hopped on the stream, so I'm good with food too. It's not like yesterday. I don't mind either, because it's what I've been doing for the last 4 hours anyway. Yep. That's my life. That is my life when a hurricane starts forming, just almost 24/7, just satellite. It's the last and first thing I look at every day. What got me into weather, one of the biggest experiences that got me into weather, there was a couple smaller ones, but the biggest one was being hit by a straight line wind. It knocked over like 4 or 5, right around 4 of our oak trees, and we didn't receive a single warning. Now, a warning may have been in place, but that information didn't get to us. So we were actually outside when the straight line wind came through. And so seeing that something could strike without warning and people be completely unaware of it, that's what started spiking my interest in weather. And then it was some little things as well, you know, some cooler clouds, my local meteorologist. And then I found out you can access radar programs And then from there on out, it was just history. Radar programs, and I started getting into satellite, figuring out what satellite was. And man, I just learned a lot of information within like 2 years. And the community helped me out too. I had some not the best people point out my mistakes, and then but most people just helped me out learning. And I still don't know everything about weather. There's no way you could ever learn everything about weather, and that's what's so interesting about it. There's always something new to learn with weather. I'm not a degreed meteorologist. No, I'm a trained weather spotter, skywarn spotter for Blacksburg, Virginia, the National Weather Service in Blacksburg, Virginia. But I'm not a degreed meteorologist. I'd like to become a degreed meteorologist and study for that, but at the moment, I just don't find it worth it yet. It would definitely be very much useful to have a degree under my belt, but at the moment, it's not something I can pursue. Let's see here. Yeah, Reed's the best one out there. Reed is the best one out there. He's also one who got me into weather because his Storm Chaser show aired on one of our local TV stations, and I started getting interested that way too. Like I said, it was a lot of little things. Reed was a big part, though. But yeah, let's see here. Lakeland, let's see where that is. Most of Florida's probably relatively quiet. Yeah. You've actually got a band heading your way here. One of the outer bands is making its way through almost the whole state of Florida. I don't know if it's going to survive all the way till it gets to you. But yeah, it's moving up that way. It is moving up that way. I'm gonna go over here. Oops. This one. You know what? I didn't check this. How's the satellite on this? Is it garbage? Goes satellite imagery, infrared. Hey. Meh. It seems like it takes a little longer to update, but it doesn't seem the worst. It's alright. Gracious day. Look at it. It looks like one big storm all the way from freaking all the way from Canada. Look at it. Looks like one big storm from Canada all the way down to the Hurricane Helene. This all looks like one big storm. Wow. I'm going to turn that off, though. We're going to just stay with Radar Omega and then College DuPage above my face cam there. But yeah, Lakeland, your impacts begin most likely middle of tomorrow afternoon. Preparations should be done tonight. Tropical storm force wind speeds, sustained wind speeds of about 50 miles per hour with gusts locally higher than that. A couple tornadoes will be possible as well. Flash flooding shouldn't be the biggest issue out there. Currently, the flash flooding forecast is for up to 4 inches of rainfall, and you are in a level 2 out of 4 for flash flooding for tomorrow. So yeah, we're really just sitting here looking at this satellite imagery, y'all, going over the some of the graphics every now and then. We could go through them all once again here. So I guess we could go ahead and start that up for those who are just now tuning in. Well, first we'll start with this. This is a live look at Hurricane Helene out here, now exiting the Caribbean Sea and moving into the Gulf of Mexico. We have some intensification that has begun recently over the last 30 minutes. Some new hot towers, which are starting to go up around the central low pressure, which is generally right in here. And recon has found that the millibar has dropped by about 2 miles per hour, or 2 miles per hour, my bad, 2 millibars. So the National Hurricane Center has it at a 974 millibar. Recon found a 972 millibar. On their latest update at 8 p.m., they did actually keep the sustained wind speeds at 85 miles per hour. So it's the low pressure itself is decreasing in terms of millibar. So the low pressure is starting to strengthen, but the wind speeds haven't changed much at the moment. And yeah, here's your graphics. We'll, of course, go to storm surge. That's what you guys have heard so frequently. You may be sick of it at this point in the live stream. But to those who don't know, the National Hurricane Center is now forecasting 15 to 20-foot storm surge in this area right here, in between this black line and this black line here. And in this region, they have 10 to 15-foot storm surge, and this, as well as this area, they have 10 to 15-foot storm surge too. So anywhere in the purple, you are looking at 10 plus foot storm surge, with some areas in that forecast of 10 to 15 foot, or 15 to 20 foot storm surge there, which is near, if not possibly historic for this area. I know Adalia brought what did Adalia bring? Like, man, I can't remember. Was it 15-foot storm surge that Adalia brought? Ian brought 18-foot storm surge, and now Helene is expected to bring 20-foot storm surge. So definitely one of the highest end forecasts for storm surge we've seen probably in the last about 4 years. At least. There's a rainfall forecast. Generally, these are the two areas you pay attention to the most here. Both of these regions. This area here, south, or I should say west southwest of Tallahassee, potential for up to 16 inches of rain. Some areas may be slightly higher than that, locally higher than that. Up in the western side of the Appalachians, that's where you could see potentially up to 30 inches of rainfall right around there. In the west southwestern side of the Appalachian Mountains range over the next 3 days. That's the big difference. Up here in the Appalachians, we're seeing a lot of rain today. We're going to see a lot of rain tomorrow, and we're going to see a lot of rain Friday. Out here southwest of Tallahassee, you guys are really going to get it in a matter of probably about 12 hours, starting from, I don't know, maybe like 4 p.m. tomorrow all the way till like 2 a.m. Friday morning. So in kind of the central panhandle of Florida, you're going to get rainfall a lot faster than the Appalachian range, whereas the Appalachian range will have a lot of rainfall over the time frame of about 2 to 3 days. Madison, welcome to the stream. I know you're out there in the northeastern side here of the panhandle of Florida, somewhere right up in here, I believe, is where you're located. You're inside those hurricane warnings most likely. So definitely want to be heeding those warnings very, very seriously up there. Back to the flash flooding. There's your flash flooding categorical risk over the next 3 days. The main areas you want to pay attention to is that level 3 out of 4 and that level 4 out of 4 area for flash flooding. That's where we can see significant to catastrophic flash flooding possible. And of course, you do have that slight risk level 2 and the marginal risk level 1 also present there as well. But the main areas are definitely in the red and in that pink, which is generally in here. So a lot of flash flooding potential. This is your wind history. So overall, the tropical storm force and hurricane force wind speeds Helene has produced so far. This is generally where the center of Helene has tracked, and you'll start noticing probably in the next advisory or the next couple advisories, we're going to start seeing that hurricane force wind speeds move up to the northeast, and you'll also see it expand quite greatly, especially when it rapidly intensifies sometime around this area here tomorrow. And then in that yellow/orange color, that's your tropical storm force wind speeds. It is pouring outside. My goodness. I can hear it from right where I am. It is absolutely pouring out there. I think it's actually about to stop any second. Maybe that's not rain. You guys don't know exactly where I'm located, but on this map, I'm not actually supposed to be getting rain right now. What could that be? Maybe it's wind. Hope not. But this is a tornado warning in West Virginia here for, what is that, Camp Creek, West Virginia. That area of rotation has broadened out. It's a little bit weaker, but it is still attempting to produce a tornado. If you guys are just tuning in, I'd appreciate it if you hit that like button really quick and share this channel with your family, friends, and on social media, as it's greatly appreciated and helps spread weather awareness about this hurricane and eventual major hurricane that will impact Florida tomorrow. And if you're new to the channel, this is your first time here, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all. So you know when I go live or upload a video. I'll be live again tomorrow, of course. It seems like a severe storm's now in place to my north. Literally, I'm going to see how close I am to that. I'm pretty sure it's pretty far to my north. I'm going to get radar scope out here. That's wild. Yeah, it is pretty good. It is pretty far to my north. I almost got into severe today. I was very close. Main threat with that should be damaging winds. Damaging winds up to 60 and 1-inch hail. Not that bad of a storm there. But yeah, look at that. This thing is gracious day. It is really going. Look at that. You can see, look at that. You can see exactly where your center is just based off of these two new convecutive blobs. You can tell your center is going to be right in here. Right where that red is most likely your center. See if Recon can show that. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty close. Recon hasn't been in it in about, like, a little while, since we last saw it about 20-ish minutes ago. So it's probably right about here. You can see the blobs moving around this way, this blob's moving around this way, and there's nothing here yet, but if there was, you'd see it moving like that. Look at that. Literally over, like, I can't even do it. Literally over, like, the last barely even 7 frames, this thing has started to intensify pretty well. Wow. It's starting to look healthier, but we're going to have to wait until that dry air is completely sealed off right here, or that dry slot. Let's see. Wonder what Twitter thinks about these new convecutive blobs. Let's see if Twitter's freaking out yet. Nothing on my feed right now. It's kind of surprising. Most of it's just the National Hurricane Center's storm surge forecast being absolutely absurd. Up to 20-foot storm surge is just crazy. Okay. There we go. I was just checking something, y'all. Let's go back up to that tornado warning. I don't think they're going to continue this. It goes for, what, another 17 minutes. That should be enough for the area of rotation to die out. Now, if it gets its act back together, they'll end up issuing a new warning. No, those blobs are going to help it a lot, Matt. These are thunderstorms, and if these thunderstorms can wrap around and close off this area of dry air that it's been struggling with for all day today, that's going to really help it intensify. So these blobs are definitely very beneficial to the storm's overall organization. But it needs to look more circular here. You see, we have some lighter convection in here to barely any convection in this area, barely any convection around the actual core here. That's because of all this air, this drier air, or a dry slot that's in place in this area. So that's preventing it from, rapidly intensifying at this moment. However, that's not going to hold on for too long. Like I said, 11 o'clock after 11 p.m. is when that intensification is really going to happen. That's what most models were saying. That's what I saw from this morning, and that's what I'm still sticking with. After 11 p.m. Eastern is when this thing should really get going. So, yeah, we're just going to sit here and watch satellite. I may end up cutting the stream off for an hour or so just to give me a little break, but I don't know if I'm going to do that or when. I just know I'm not going to stay up probably past like 12:30 a.m. Eastern. It just depends what I'm going to end up doing. This thing is going to look completely different tomorrow. It looks completely different from what it looked like this morning. It looks completely different from what it looked like earlier this morning at like 10 a.m. Which is, what normally happens when an intensifying hurricane starts to intensify. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Also, for those who didn't know, I'm sure you could tell just from the title and the thumbnail. This is, of course, forecasted to be a Category 4 hurricane, a Category 4 major hurricane, with sustained wind speeds around 130 miles per hour and wind gust around 160 miles per hour tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. So we're going to see we should see a very rapid intensification phase extremely soon. But yeah, I think this might be the first time since we've ever seen these, the first time in almost the storm's whole life that we've actually seen this much robust storm blobs going around the center. That northern side, though, is still struggling. It's definitely trying its best to strengthen, that's for sure. See if we can get recon back on in this thing soon. Yep, recon's going to turn right around here and go right back on into the center. Yeah, that dry air is going to be our partial saving grace here, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be our saving grace for too long. I mean, there's only so much dry air that's left here. It's not like the Gulf of Mexico is full of dry air. It's going to get rid of that dry air soon. It's just a matter of how soon. It's held off all the way till about 9 p.m., almost 9 p.m. now. The later that dry air can hold on, the less intensity or the less water this storm will have to travel to intensify. Because that dry air is going to keep it right around a mid-tier to high-end Category 1. But once that dry air is gone, boom, Category 2, Category 3, Category 4, landfall. It's going to be fast. You'll see it really get going. And you'll know it really gets going because once recon gets in it, one recon pass, For instance, 971. The next recon pass, 967. The next recon pass, 960. It'll keep going lower, lower, and lower really, really, really fast. And that's what we're waiting for. When will that fast dropping start? We already saw a decent drop, 2 millibars within 30 minutes. That's a pretty good drop. But like I said, it's just gonna be a matter of time. I would be extremely happy to see that dry air still in the system when I wake up tomorrow morning about 8 a.m. But I just think that's an unrealistic expectation. But we'll see. Who knows? Maybe we wake up and it's a Category 1 hurricane still. I mean, if the dry air wins, that would hurt it big time. That would hurt it big time for sure. Even if the dry air does, quote, win, I still don't see it going, I still don't see this being beneath Cat 3. I don't see an outcome where we aren't at least at Category 3 landfall. There's just no way. It would probably be near historic, honestly, if we saw, this is like near perfect conditions for a hurricane. And if we saw a hurricane go through this whole area of Gulf of Mexico water over the course of a day, a little over a day, and it didn't strengthen at all, that in itself would probably be, I mean, it'd have to be a really rare case. That'd have to be extremely rare. I don't know if we've ever seen a storm in extreme prime conditions like this and it just not intensify. It does seem like dry air is always the issue, though. That was the same case with Francine, too. Here comes a new warning, and it's in none other than Virginia. Ooh. Okay, that's misaligned. We're about to hear a beep. Yep.
Tornado warning for northeastern Smith County in southwestern Virginia, southeastern Tazewell County in southwestern Virginia, southwestern Bland County in southwestern Virginia, northwestern Wythe County in southwestern Virginia, Bland, Smith, Tazewell, and Wythe County in Virginia.
So that's your area of rotation right there over Atkins, Virginia, moving to the northeast. I've almost been to this area. Me and Lucky were actually really close to this area. I think me and Lucky went as far west as like this area here. I can't remember exactly. But me and Lucky were pretty close to this region here when we chased so long ago. But yeah, that's your area of rotation. It's over Atkins, Virginia right now, moving to the northeast, gonna head towards just to the south of Rocky Gap, Virginia. That is a tornado warning. A tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. So you need to be seeking shelter. Let's see. Back over to your current satellite imagery here. We also could use this too. This is a more higher definition satellite imagery. This updates nearly every minute or so. It's much more high definition, but it's going to do an annoying beep. I might just be able to turn that beep off, actually. Why haven't I ever thought of that? I'm sure they have a setting for it. If I go to satellite settings. Ha! Right there. Boom. There we go. Now I don't have to deal with that beep every time we get a scan, about a minute each scan. So that's our current look, looping the last 15 minutes of Hurricane Helene out there in the far south central Gulf of Mexico, leaving the Caribbean Sea now. Oh boy. Hurricane hunters have just confirmed the eye wall is closed. That is bad news. Holy crap, we got a picture of him in the eye. Dude, they take a picture of the eye. Hold on, I need to go find that again. No, I lost that in a Twitter feed. No way. Oh, come on. There's no way it doesn't recirculate somewhere on my feed. I ought to find it again. Yeah, I found it again. Let's go. Wow, that is awesome. I don't know if I could show this at all. I don't know what type of rights there is to this. Wow, that is awesome. I'll retweet it on... Actually, I'll quote it on Twitter for those who follow me there. Give me just a moment to type this out. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. There we go. So, if the eye's completely closed, that doesn't mean like there's no eye. That means that it's a full eye now. So it is a complete full eye, and basically dry air is not going to be able to enter that core unless it's solid enough. Unless we have enough dry air, is what I'm trying to say. If we have enough dry air, then it could. But we should see rapid intensification now from here on out. That eye wall is closed, so we should be seeing rapid intensification. And that should be very evident in about an hour or two. You'll start noticing that dry air is going to start getting worked out there. Who confirmed that? Who confirmed what? Who confirmed the eye wall is closed? Freaking aircraft going into the eye. Literally a video of the eye wall closed and Recon having it there. They do updates. Recon does updates. I wish I could show it. But yeah, it's closed. There's not much more confirmation you can get than a video of the eye wall closed from hurricane hunters themselves. There's not much more proof you can get. That's what I'm kind of saying there, Sam. You said it, though, not me. Let's see here. Y'all, I think I'm going to take a quick break here for just a little bit. Leave you on this. And we may just end up staying live till the 11 o'clock advisory, honestly. If you guys would be okay with that, just staying till the 11 o'clock advisory, and then at like 11:15 we conclude. So I'm going to just take a quick break here, and I'll be right back. Just give me like literally less than 5 minutes to go do a few things, and then I'll come back. I'll be right back. You guys have fun chatting. Alrighty, y'all. I am back. Also got me a cup of ice water so I can talk more. I'll turn my camera on in just a second. Okay. Let's go see that tornado warning again. See if I missed anything. Oh, hey. Yeah, not surprised that went warned. I did see that. I saw a little lone cell over there when I was looking at the storms near my area. Doesn't look that impressive. But it's probably tried a couple times. I'm sure there's a little area of rotation somewhere in here. So make sure you're seeking shelter. That's north of South Boston, which is exactly where we normally see tornadoes, at least this year. Seems like that's where a lot of our tornadic activity's been in Virginia. Now, what's this trying to do to my south? Better not tighten up anything. Or not to my south, that's to my northwest. That tornado warning's still there. Doesn't look tight. So really not much concern with those tornado warnings. Is that 10 Eastern or Central? Pez. Alright, let me go back over to satellite. Not right now, Legacy, or anytime soon. I don't know if I'm gonna make it a video or not. See if Lucky might be able to join for like just a minute or so. Just to say hi. Get somebody else in here who has some more energy than me and get another opinion on this hurricane. But yeah, like Recon said, the eye wall is fully closed now, which means a phase of rapid intensification is expected at this point. We're expecting rapid intensification, and it should be ongoing now, if not very soon. But I mean, that dry air, y'all. That dry air is about to wrap around the whole core. I mean, we're gonna have to see some kicking convection fire to help this dry air get out of there. It's not having the most fun time right now. But yeah, I really appreciate those who have tuned in. Like I said, if you can, make sure you share the stream with family, friends, social media. That is what matters the most. Especially if you have any family or friends in the path. And I just got added to a 2% tornado risk today. I'm now inside a 2% tour. If you look at the SPC outlook, there you go. They put me in a 2% tour for storms that have probably already passed. I think he is Pete, but he's not really. I think he's supposed to be, but he's not actually. Look at that. We're already seeing flash flood warnings for southern Georgia. Southern Georgia already has flash flood warnings, and you guys aren't really being hit by the hurricane yet. I mean, these are just the very large or the very far away outer bands, and this might even be associated with the actual trough ejection. Not really too much with Helene. I'm sure it's somewhat... Oh, look at that, a tornado report. Video sent in by trained spotter showed a rotating funnel cloud and wall cloud, as well as a transformer blowing in the distance. Time estimated from radar. Wow. That was near Boone, North Carolina. That was an unwarned tornado that hit. Interesting. Wow. It was tour possible, so you know, at least they had a warning on it. It was only a severe tour possible, but it's better than nothing. And just look at all those training thunderstorms and training rain showers here over the Appalachians already. That's what's going to eventually accumulate to your near 30 inches of rainfall within a 70-hour time frame or so. Yeah, that's what I figured, Ben. I'm sure Helene has like a tiny influence on it or something like that. But it's mainly like the trough there. Man. Let's see. Yeah, but I mean, this is still pretty good. I mean, that eye wall has closed off, which is definitely unfortunate, but we still have a good amount of dry air hitting the core and wrapping around the core. Let's see. Yeah, microwave imagery also shows a well-defined core too. It should get much better, y'all, in terms of the systems organization. For Florida, it's only downhill from here. It is only downhill from here. Let's see. So if you're just tuning in, we are currently looking at Hurricane Helene here. Current satellite imagery of Hurricane Helene. A bit of a breakdown for you on this. We still have a good amount of dry air intrusion that is going and wrapping around the core of Helene. However, the actual eye wall of Helene is completely closed off, which should allow for intensification and rapid intensification to begin shortly, if not now. The main feature we're going to look for over the next 2 to 3 hours or so is it's going to be how much of that dry air is going to be able to be filled up with convection. If we want to see that extreme rapid intensification we've been talking about for oh so long, then we're going to need some more red and some more oranges where we have blues and literally near clear skies. In a sense, it's not, there's still clouds there, but there's probably barely any precip. Here comes a new warning. Probably Virginia. Yeah, we are about to have a freaking Virginia outbreak, and I'm gonna miss it.
Tornado warning for Central Appomattox County in Central Virginia, Appomattox County in Virginia.
We've got 3 tornado warnings in my state, and I'm not out there. It's too late. I'm not that professional of a chaser. I'm a pretty good chaser when it's day. Okay, when it's day. But nighttime is a whole different story. I mean, nighttime for anything is just scary. But tornadoes? Man, the only way you know how scary it is if you're in a tornado warning during the nocturnal hours. I mean, it really does start to freak you out, man. Not knowing, just simply having light is such a big advantage when chasing. Obviously, that's quite obvious. It seems pretty simple, but sometimes you actually end up forgetting things like that. Once that sun starts setting, you're like, oh crap, it's starting to get dark. I'm not going to be able to chase this stuff anymore. I will say the core of Helene does look a lot better, but that dry, it's getting forced out. It is trying its hardest, and it's definitely that's definitely very evident here. Huh? It's probably my parents again. Tornado warnings, yeah. I've gotten my whole family into weather now, y'all. They're in trouble. I'm not in a tornado warning though, which is good news, but just want to show you this real quick. Look at the difference here. Load it all up for y'all. Between, like, say, when we started the live stream, which this was actually about 2 hours ago, we started 3 hours ago, versus now, there is a lot more convection in here. There's still some issues in this area for sure, but we are definitely trying to work out this dry air issue. Helene's definitely trying here. That is not what you want to see. That's the main story of Twitter right now, is rapid intensification has begun, if not is about to begin. This is what we were expecting. Still, I think it's going to take 2 hours before it really starts to get a good hurricane look to it. I think it's still going to take a good 2 hours till it gets that solid hurricane look. But it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look the best, but it doesn't look bad. I think Recon just went into it, but it's hard to tell here. Let's turn back to satellite imagery. Or not, radar is what I meant to say. Okay, I don't think this is, yeah. That's old data. They're going, what are they doing? They're probably, I don't know, they may be trying to just fly through, like, the southwestern side, too, so they might fly in like this. Because you can see they haven't done that. See how they haven't really been through any of this portion of the storm at all? So they may be flying all the way down here to fly through this blob of convection, then go through the center, the northeastern eye wall, and then out. That's my guess. Another recon we have in here. They're doing the same thing. They're about to go in right now. Look at that. They started taking a turn, and now they're going to go right into it. We have two recon in this thing. Two recon planes in this thing. I wonder if we're about to get a third, to be honest with you. Are we about to get a third one? We get a third one here. It doesn't say one's scheduled to take off in an hour or so. But I'm sure we will see one eventually. Oh, look at this. This is something really, really cool from one of our recon from about an hour ago. This is from Cyclonic WX, the website. And look at that. You can see the wind field here from your recon that they've put together. So you can see that the core, aka the eye, and you can see all the winds going around it. And where some of those most intense wind speeds were about an hour ago. That also gives you a better look at reflectivity too. Just showing you how well that eye was established, but just literally an hour ago. Literally an hour ago there. So it's definitely organizing. It is really, really trying to organize. I know I've been saying that for a while, but I mean, of course it's trying to organize. What else would it be doing? That's what it's doing. Organizing. Let's see here. But yeah, we're just gonna watch satellite, keep a very close eye on it, see it intensify, and then we'll probably, I don't know how long we're gonna go, but I'm gonna try my best to stay for the 11 o'clock update. Whilst not using too much of my energy that I need for tomorrow. Because tomorrow's probably going to be one of our longest live streams for coverage on this thing. Our longest one was yesterday at over 6 hours. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that much tomorrow. I don't think we're going to get any hurricane models in here. I don't think we'll see any hurricane models render in before 11. I'm pretty sure those all render in after like 12:30 or so. Just a reminder, don't use cam models at all for intensity. The HRRR model run currently has Helene becoming a 981 millibar hurricane at 4 a.m. tonight. To put that in perspective, we are almost 10 millibars beneath that. So do not use cam models for intensification of any tropical system. Cam models are like the NAM3K and the HRRR. We have hurricane models for a reason. Use hurricane models. Let's go back over here. There we go. Glad to see they closed some school. I know there was one county that didn't close school. They were like they're in the direct path of this soon to be major hurricane, and they didn't close school. You can tell it's definitely strengthening. Look at they're finding a lot of wind speeds here, you know, compared to what we were looking at like 24 hours ago where we were barely even getting yellow and orange. It is definitely strengthened. It's not like this thing's just sustained the same wind speeds, although it kind of feels like that, honestly, because its structure didn't really improve a whole lot this morning compared to now. It's definitely strengthening. Here's a 3D view of it, by the way, from infrared satellite. I don't really like this too much. I know a lot of people do. I'm not really a fan of it unless the hurricane has a very, very well-defined eye. I'll look at it. But I don't really like this personally. But that's a 14 frame loop of it. We could do a longer loop there. Do 100. Someone at school said we need to take a huge truck of ice and then dump it in the Gulf to cool the water. Legacy, that wouldn't even make a difference. Maybe it'd make a difference for like the very coastal area of where you're dumping it, but it wouldn't work. You're not really thinking how big the Gulf of Mexico actually is. Like if we were to go west to east from the Gulf of Mexico, it is almost 1,000 miles wide. That is bigger than Texas. You could go from almost the border of New Mexico and Arizona all the way to the border of Louisiana and Mississippi, and that's still just barely over the size of the Gulf of Mexico. I know it wasn't your legacy, but I'm just saying that person's probably not thinking just how big the Gulf is. Like on a map, it may not look that large, but my goodness. Yeah, exactly. Like the hurricane is actually really massive here. That's why we have so many warnings out all the way to freaking west central North Carolina. It's a large system in the big Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna really pick up in Florida until tomorrow morning, unless you're in like far southern Florida. Matt, that's crazy. Yeah, look at it. It is definitely, that's probably the closest I've seen to it closing off dry air in a while. Maybe ever since it was, maybe ever since this morning. It is getting very close here. Caden, we're definitely going to be looking at a mid-cat 3 at the least. In my opinion, that's the minimum we really see. There is scenarios where we see something lesser than a high-end cat 3, but I just personally don't see that. All right, Recon's gone through the middle here. Through the eye, see if they found any low millibars. I'm going to get up tropical tidbits. This is what mission, is this mission 13? Mission 12. I don't think Recon's updating on tropical tidbits. Let me refresh it. Okay, that's what I had to do. Mission 13 is what just went through the eye here. Okay, they're still not fully through it yet. I don't think they're fully through it. They found a millibar of 973.2. That might be the lowest they find. They did find still near 70 knot wind speeds at flight level. So we'll just yeah, we'll just continue to keep an eye on Recon, and as well as these tornado warnings in my state of Virginia. I know we're not covering the tornado warnings too much. That's because we're really just watching the satellite imagery. There's just know these tornado warnings are here. I don't see them being that significant at the moment. They're also far from the radar site, which means I can't provide much analysis on them. And this is mainly, we're mainly focusing on, of course, the hurricane here. That's what the stream's focused on. So the number one thing I'm looking for every single scan is just seeing how much convection wraps around right where I drew this red line, or white line. So this whole area right in here, how much convection can we get right in here over the next couple of hours? And you can see we have quite a bit of convection on the southwest side, of course. Some on the west side, a bit on the east, southeast side. But we're still lacking on the far southern side and the far northern side here. But the more that improves, the quicker this strengthening process will be. So we will just wait forever. Let's see here. But like I said, I appreciate you guys tuning in. We're not going to conclude yet anytime soon. We're going to continue to watch this, and I'm hoping I can make it to the 11 o'clock advisory. If not, I might take like an hour break. Could it fall apart? Depends on what you mean by fall apart. Fall apart to where it's no longer a hurricane? No way. Fall apart to where the core has to recycle again? Not impossible. We could have a phase here of maintaining intensity instead of intensifying. The main intensification will come after 11 o'clock, which I won't be up for. Like I said, 11:15 is what I'm going to aim for ending this stream. I should legacy. I should be fine. I don't think we'll need to be covering much Friday if I'm not out in the field chasing. So, we'll see what we end up doing for Friday. But tomorrow is going to be a big stream. I know that. Main tornado threat tomorrow ramps up quite rapidly after noon. After 12 p.m. Eastern, it ramps up quite rapidly. Gracious day. Some of these models are so vastly different than others. Wow. Near, very close to a wedge tornado in, where is this? Let's see. This was, at this marker. So the unwarned tornado, it was actually really large. It looked very close to a wedge tornado. It was a very, very, very large stovepipe. It didn't seem to be that strong, though, in terms of, like, lofting debris. I don't see a lot of debris under it. It just seemed very large. All right, back over to... I do want to take, I'm going to keep this radar, or this, software on Helene. We're going to use this radar site to look at our tornado warnings, but, like I said, they're all away from radar, so we really can't use them. Really cannot use them. Well, we hit the sub goal I was aiming for today. I didn't know if it'd be reachable, but we've reached it. We gained over 50 subscribers in this live stream, all thanks to you guys. And we're almost at 250 likes. So I'm really glad that we've been able to reach a lot of people with the word of this system. I'd have to add up. I know it's not as crazy of a reach as what other YouTubers get with weather, but I'm glad we reached at least some people. So we did a total so far of, what, 3? Okay, well, we have to count that one too. So we'll just count those 3. So we've done a total of overall 4 live streams if you count today. And we've almost reached 20,000 people with the word of this hurricane. Over the last, what, 4 days or so. Which is really, really good. That's all thanks to you guys. Let's see here. All right, let's go ahead and go back over to Helene. It's still improving its structure. I just feel like we're gonna need some convection to fire here so it can wrap around into this area. If we don't see that, I feel like it's gonna continue with this kind of slower intensification. It is, in my opinion, it is slightly behind forecast here at the moment. Slightly behind on intensity. Because this morning the NHC was thinking at 8 o'clock we'd have a Cat 2. So it may be running just slightly behind intensity-wise. Or quite a bit intensity-wise. We'll see. It's all going to come down to what happens overnight into tomorrow morning. Let's see here. Okay, let me go look at recon. See if they found any lower millibars there. All right, so the lowest millibar they found was about a 973.5, which isn't the lowest we've seen with recon. They may have not gotten the exact center on this pass. I say that because I don't see any completely still white millibars here, or white isobarbs. So we'll see if our next recon, which is literally going in within the next 10 minutes, can find that exact center. Even if it was only a Cat 3, which I really don't think only should be the word used for a Cat 3, we'd still see storm surge around, if not greater than 15 feet. So, like I said, don't get too focused up into the difference between a 125 mile per hour hurricane and a 130 mile per hour hurricane. Yes, it matters, but you're not really gonna feel once you're in that eye wall, you're not actually really gonna feel the difference between 5 miles per hour there, let's be honest. But it definitely does matter. It definitely does matter. I heard some people say it doesn't matter if it's just like 5 miles per hour less. It does in a sense. Any type of intensification will matter. But that's that northern side, it still just has a lot of dry air there. But it's getting better. It is getting better, especially on the eastern, the southern, the western side. It's all getting better. But that northern side is still struggling with some dry air. But it's definitely improved its structure ever since we started the live stream over 3 hours ago. They sure have, Reaper. They sure have. Keep in mind, we still... Okay, this thing is now just starting to near the time frame of where it's about 24 hours before landfall. It still has about another day left in the Gulf of Mexico. One of the most, if not the most favorable areas for hurricanes. Especially at this moment. So, like I said, it's going to look vastly different tomorrow. It's going to probably look like a completely different hurricane when we start our live stream tomorrow. You most likely won't even recognize it. Especially if this case of extreme rapid intensification happens. Hello, Taco. Welcome back to the stream. You might just dodge a bullet with this one. It's definitely a big bullet too. I mean, gracious day. Category 4. Absolutely crazy. Freeport, Florida, east of Destin. Let's see. See if I can find that. You're in a tropical storm warning, so you're definitely gonna have some gusty winds and heavy, most likely isolated heavy rainfall. But impacts, as long as you're not on the very coastal area, impacts should be relatively on the limited side. You definitely want to prepare though, just in case we have a westward wobble. Ooh, damage report. Thunderstorm winds blew down a tree which covered the eastbound lane of US Highway 24. I don't... Hold on, let me see that again. I don't think I've ever been that far north and east. Don't believe I've gone through that area. At least not chasing. Look at that. Now we're getting some considerable flash flood warnings issued out here in south, or rather west southwestern North Carolina. Starting to get some more higher end flash flood warnings here. Let's see. Well, I can already tell you, if you're in Georgia, you're under a tropical storm warning. Yeah, you're in a lot of hazards there. Hurricane force wind gusts will be possible. Tropical storm force sustained wind speeds of about 50 miles per hour, gusts possibly greater than 75. A couple tornadoes, significant flash flooding. Flash flooding could be, let's see, we could see about... Flooding may not be a big concern here, but still up to about 6 inches of rainfall possible. I think that's most of your impacts. I think. Let me pull this up really quick. Let's see. Oops, not that. I want to pull something up just briefly, y'all. Okay. So yeah, like I said, just make sure you guys are prepared if you're in any warnings, tropical storm warnings or hurricane warnings. Just make sure you are finished with preparations tonight. You're not going to have much time to prepare at all tomorrow morning. So just make sure you're finishing up those preparations as soon as possible. Another tower fired up right there. Another little hot tower there. But I'm really looking for this area for hot towers to fire up anywhere in there. Because we still have a good amount of dry air that's impacting this hurricane. It does look, I mean, gracious, it looks a lot better than it did when we started. Look above my face cam, and that's what it looked like when we started the stream up. Matter of fact, that's almost the exact... That is almost the exact frame. That is the exact frame we started the live stream on, above my face cam. 200 frames goes just barely enough out to when we started the live stream. So you can see how different it looks. That core structure looks a lot healthier. Ever since we started, it's only been upped by 5 miles per hour. The millibar, though, has dropped quite a bit. I think we started the stream at, what, a 9... Was it a 9... 9-7... I can't even remember. I can't even remember what we started the stream at. I cannot remember. It was too long ago. Yeah, and that's what matters the most. That central and southern part is what matters the most. Because that's where your core is. But, I mean, that northern part matters still really just as much. But that center, man, if you don't have the center, you don't have strengthening. That's it. End of story. So, yeah, we'll just see if more of that core structure can build up or not. on the northern side. Recon's about to go through the center. I don't know if they're going to be able to get through the exact center there. They banked west. Why'd they do that for? Oops. Look at this. Let me see if I can show y'all. Is this the right one? Nope. This one. Okay, no, they didn't bank west yet. Tropical Tidbits must just be a little bit glitching or something. Because they're still going to go right for that center. Yeah, like I said, the center is actually somewhere in here. So I think our other recon missed it by quite a bit. These guys might even miss it a little bit more. The center's in this area in here. Our other recon went down here. So these guys might even need to do a little bit more of a turn to the northwest in order to get into it. That's probably why our first, or our other recon like 15 minutes ago, that's probably why they got like 2 millibars higher than our last. Because they missed the eye. They went on the southern, southeastern side. You didn't miss too much, Sam. Just some more towering. Recon's about to go through it again. More considerable flash flood warnings were issued. We have 2 tornado warnings in Virginia, 1 considerable flash flood warning, then 2 considerable flash flood warnings in southwest North Carolina. Haven't looked at this in a while, so let's go ahead and show you guys the most likely case scenario here, which is portrayed by the HAFSA model run. This is generally what we're looking at right now, something kind of in between this frame here and this frame here. We'll continue to see strengthening and then eventual rapid strengthening after 11 p.m. Eastern. To where this will most likely strengthen to at least a high-end Cat 3, if not a low to mid-tier Category 4, and make landfall somewhere around, like I said, could be anywhere between northwest of Cedar Key, generally here, all the way to well to the southwest of Tallahassee. That's your landfall potential there. Maybe even a little bit more to the southeast. Still can't fully rule out landfall as far as southeast as like Cedar Key. But that is your most likely case scenario, a landfall of around a 941, 945 millibar low. This comes out to about 121 knots sustained wind speeds. 121 knots to MPH. That calculates to a mid-tier Cat 4 of 140 sustained. So that's your most likely case scenario. The best model run we have that I personally believe is handling this the best as of the 18Z model runs. Now, I could choose, worser ones, but I think this one's the best one. We have other ones that show Category 5. We have another one here shows Category 5. And our last one here, you know what it shows? Oh, yeah, Category 5. So, no, I really agree with the HAFSA. It is maybe a little bit too aggressive because it may not be handling the dry air we're still seeing too well. But I don't know. It starts that rapid intensification process right on time. 2 a.m. is when it really gets going. It might be a little bit slow as well. But I mean, I don't disagree with it much. Maybe it'd be something like landfall with this frame here, which would be 112 knots to MPH, which is, I believe, a low end, barely a Category 4. That would actually be a high end. Well, you've rounded up, so 112 knots would actually be a low end Cat 4 at a millibar of 944. Ooh. Tallahassee, I think, just updated their hurricane thing, hurricane statement. There we go. Okay, we already read that, actually. They just tweeted it. The west side of the hurricane, tornadoes are a lot less likely, but this is definitely going to be more east lopsided. A lot of your damaging wind, so your hurricane wind field would probably look something more like this. That's something like your hurricane wind field. It's going to be a little bit more east lopsided here. Which will in return allow for, well, a lot more damaging winds on the eastern side of where this makes landfall, as opposed to that western side. No more tornado warnings are active anymore. That's a plus right there. And it's closing it off well. Like I said, this is where your low pressure is. We still have some dry air in here. We're closing in the dry air now. I'm sure that will start to fill in here, though. Pretty sure. Should have a new recon update, hopefully. Did they get to the center? They did! 970. I still don't know if that's the exact center, though. They did go a little bit east. 970, though. So we're getting down on the millibar, that is for sure. I think we're still going to have time for them to make one more pass before the 11 o'clock advisory. One more pass from both of our recon. At least one more pass. Here comes a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Charlotte County in south central Virginia, Charlotte
I thought that
County
was
in
going to be
Virginia.
North Carolina. That's our far eastern one. I bet it's this one. Yeah, Charlotte Courthouse. I bet it's that storm right there. Is it? Yeah. I think, yeah, that's the same area. Yep. So this storm just went tornado warned south of Madisonville in Virginia. Cat 5 is, I mean, theoretically, Cat 5's a possibility. It's just very low. It's just a very low chance. Definitely a more likely case scenario that we see a high in Cat 3 or somewhere for a Cat 4. Let's see. Recon has just found that the eye wall has opened back up to the southeast, which is from dry air. So your eye is back opened out here. It should close that off again, though, pretty soon. See you later, Legacy. Have a great rest of your night. We hit over 250 likes. Thank you guys so much. That's greatly appreciated. I don't think we're going to be able to get to 300 by the end of the stream. We're going to conclude in about an hour 30. So still a little while left, though. The crazy thing is, though, I'm not seeing much actually recorded higher wind speeds. So your millibar is dropping, but your wind speeds aren't really increasing. Like, this thing is probably still a mid-tier category 1 with a lower pressure. Yeah, that may be typical, Ben, but I mean, this thing's dropped about 8 millibars with barely, if not any, increase in winds. That is quite a bit. It might have dropped 11 millibars with barely any increase in winds. Let's see. The National Weather Service in Morristown, that's either Kentucky or Tennessee, Northeastern Tennessee is where the tornado dropped, confirmed an EF1 tornado with 110 miles per hour yesterday. That was one of the big hook echoes that Lucky covered. Just about like probably 40 minutes before I ended up getting back home. Oh wow. It is the first recorded September tornado this far in eastern Tennessee. And Lucky covered it. Wow. Lucky covered a historic tornado. Thankfully, it wasn't for strength, but that's crazy. I don't know. That's what the NWS said. I'm sure there's no way we haven't had a tornado in far northeastern Tennessee in September before. I'm sure we've had another one. That's what NWS tweeted, though. In Morristown or whatever. Well, I already forgot it, y'all. Whatever I said. It was in far northeast Tennessee. Morristown, Tennessee. Yeah. Thank you, Pete. Yeah, that dry air is still hanging on, y'all. It's still being a pesky little needle for this thing. I really expect that to stay on till sometime after 11. I think it's still going to be there in an hour. Between 11 and 2 a.m. is when we should start seeing that intensification really get going. I'm still saying that. I've been saying it all day, actually, ever since this morning. I told one of my friends I really don't expect much to happen until sometime right around after 11 p.m. Let's see here. I was looking at how much this thing's moved over the last couple hours. It's definitely moved. It doesn't look like it moved much over the last 5 hours. It looks like it's going a little bit slower possibly. It was really chugging last night and this morning, but it looks like it might have started slowing down slightly right around 2 p.m. all the way till what we are now. I don't think it would be like a major slowdown, though. I don't think it's something that's really going to matter a lot. Recon, not but like literally 3 minutes ago, just confirmed it's the southeast side is open again. So 30 minutes ago, it was fully closed, but as of like 3 to 5 minutes ago, the southeast side opened back up. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, it's still working on closing out that dry air. You can see it's closed out this part now. It's just got a little bit more to go. And that's going to start closing out over the next probably 2 hours or so. Like I said, after 11 p.m. is going to be that main intensification phase. I wouldn't be too surprised to see the National Hurricane Center drop down their forecast to Cat 3, high in Cat 3 at the 11 o'clock advisory. I don't think that's out of the question. But if they do, here, let me show you what it's probably going to be. Let me show you. So if they do that, you see where the 4 is right now? It might be a little difficult to see that. I bet what they'd end up doing is they'd bring that 4 back, and it'd actually be a 3 right here. So they'd put a 3 right here. and then probably another 3 right at landfall. So that way, they would still note the potential for a Category 4 in here, but they wouldn't actually be forecasting it with the pinpoint time frame. That's if they decide to drop that Cat 4 forecast or not. I don't think it's going to affect much. If anything, it might still open up the opportunity for a landfall closer towards like southwest of Perry, this general area here. Currently, NHC is forecasting this area for landfall. We may see it a little bit more east, like this region. But I don't think it'd be any big changes with this, the struggle that we've had here. As for intensity, it's definitely going to affect the potential for this to increase to something like as crazy as a Category 5 or a mid to high in Cat 4. But we should still be able to obtain high in Cat 3, low in Cat 4 status. Let's see here. All right, we're probably a little bit around an hour away from, just about an hour away from the next National Hurricane Center advisory. I've almost survived it. I've almost survived it. It's not that difficult. I just really needed something to get me going, and ice water was it. Get my voice back. But yeah. If you guys haven't already, I'm sure most of those in the live stream have already hit that like button. And if you haven't, if you can, go ahead and hit that like button. It really supports the channel, pushes this out to the YouTube algorithm and more people. Share the stream with everybody you know, especially anybody in Florida. And if you want to tune into tomorrow's live stream, make sure you hit that subscribe button and the notification bell set to all so you know when I do go live. I'm thinking, I don't know exactly when our live stream will start. It'd be really fantastic. It's fantastic if I could hold off till like 6 o'clock. But being realistic, I don't think that's gonna happen at all. Not gonna push till 11 o'clock Eastern Indiana. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. And 11 o'clock, I'm used to staying up this late. I'm not used to streaming, all the way from 6:15 to when we end will be 11:15. Yeah, I've done longer live streams, but not really just looking at satellite imagery, though, Ben. Just literally looking at satellite imagery and talking about almost the same information for, by the time we end, 5 hours straight. It's not often I do that. Let's see here. Yeah, and this greater convection, I'm sure that's going to try to wrap all the way around and help cut off that dry air in here. So we'll see. We'll see if that succeeds. I don't know if I'll end up being live for that. I feel like it's going to take a while to go all the way around like this. Let's see, recon again. Oh, shoot. They did one of them fast ones. They did one of those full Yui. Yeah, they're gonna go right back in. Did this one do the same? Nope, not yet at least. Oh.
Tornado warning for Watauga County in northwestern North Carolina. Watauga County in North Carolina.
Don't choke yourself there. This is an interesting one. I wasn't expecting that. Hmm. I guess it might be for that area of rotation going towards the tornado warning. Is this different National Weather Service jurisdiction? It may be. I don't know if Blacksburg can issue warnings this far southwest. This one's probably Blacksburg, but I don't know about this one for like Newland, North Carolina. But I imagine it's for that area of rotation moving up into the tornado warning. But yeah, that's a new tornado warning. Can't really do much analysis on it either. I mean, geez, most of our tornadoes warnings today have been in between radars. Just remember if you're in a tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground, so seek shelter immediately. I don't know if we're going to be able to hear Lucky today or not. If we do, it's going to be probably near 10:30 or 10:45 if we're able to get a hold of him. But you'll definitely hear from him for probably, depending on when we start the stream, a lot tomorrow. He's going to be able to help us out probably from 6 o'clock all the way to from 6 probably all the way to near 11. Let's see here. All right. Yeah, some areas I'm actually really worried about is like Tallahassee. Tallahassee, that's a major city and probably going to end up being directly in the path of a high end Cat 3 or a low end Cat 4. So I'm very worried for like Tallahassee and also some other cities who may not be not as weather aware like Atlanta, Georgia, Columbia, South Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. Those are some cities that are probably going to be pretty prone to tropical storm force wind speeds um, with Helene. I do have a really good one made by the National Hurricane Center, Matt. It only goes up to 9+ foot storm surge because typically anything greater than 9 feet is not something we see all that often. I'll put it in the chat right now. So once you click that link, it brings you to this exact page here. You just go down a little bit, click continue, go down some more, and change it to inundation layer only. And then that will show you with areas greater than 9 feet above ground of just how much storm surge they're going to end up seeing. And this will probably be, to be honest with you, even more significant than what this currently looks like on this interactive map. So you can see areas like Tampa, that is really decreased. If you guys tuned into yesterday's live stream, we had quite a bit of red in the Tampa Bay area. Now I mainly see orange. So that's really good news. Same for Cape Coral. I swear we had some orange, almost maybe even some red in there. Now it's just yellow and blue. My main guess for why is probably because this is going to be slightly more west as it passes Central Florida. Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty far west of Tampa, but even that far west of Tampa, it's still going to be able to increase surge drastically in Tampa by probably up to 8 feet there. You're welcome, Matt. All right, we should be the new NHC advisory should be out probably at like 10:45, 10:50. Eastern, which is right around 50 minutes away, if not less. Let's see here. Alrighty. Yeah, so we're gonna continue to just keep an eye on our satellite imagery here and wait for the NHC to update. It's still improving. This core is still improving. That is for sure. That drier air is starting to be cut off now. Look at it. Look at it, y'all. It is starting to be cut off. Look at that. It's cut off here. Completely cut off here. It is getting cut off. Helene is trying its hardest to get rid of this dry air. We'll see if it can succeed with that by very early tomorrow morning, or extremely late tonight. Where is my voice going? I lost my ice water. Now it's just water. Let's see. I keep looking at hurricane models expecting to get a new model, and I already know we're not going to get a new hurricane model. So I don't know why I'm looking. I'm just hoping for new information to share to you guys, but there's nothing new here. Main thing we'll keep an eye on is hurricane hunters. Welcome back, Indiana. Glad to see you return in here. So there's a hurricane hunter turning back on into Helene. I mean, yeah, that's typically what happens after you look at satellite for 4 hours straight, Pez. Normally, if I'm doing this, without streaming, I'd have YouTube up or get me a snack or something. I do something to make it a little bit more entertaining and not make me actually fall asleep. All right, these guys are doing a sharp turn too, somewhere. It looks like they took a sharp right turn. We'll see if that's true with the next update eventually, whenever we get that. These guys turned a sharp U, and they're going to try to go directly into that eye. And then our other hurricane hunters should be very close to getting into the eye by the time we get our 11 o'clock advisory. I may be playing a racing game on Roblox. If I wasn't streaming. Let me see here. Now we got the next recon scheduled here. Recon is expected to leave at midnight Eastern. So they just scheduled a new flight there. At least that popped up on my end. Let's see. This one? I'm looking at recon data on my other monitor here. At least for the moment. Alright, we'll just see what they end up getting once they pull this UE or right turn, whatever they're doing here. And then eventually gonna try to go back into the eye and the eye wall. These guys though, they're already in it. They're already in the eye wall. They've already gone through the eye wall. Not much in the wake of damaging winds there. But look at that, their pressure is already dropping, and they're going to try to go right on into the low pressure, which should be, at this point, it should be somewhere in here. Or maybe a little bit more south. Somewhere in there, which is why you see Recon taking that sharp southeast turn. Or, I wouldn't really say sharp. Gradual southeast turn. A sharp southeast turn to me would be like this. That would be sharp. They're going to take more of a gradual southeast turn and then end up going like that. No kidding where they'll go after that. It's definitely starting to look better, but that dry air is still hurting it. It's looking a whole heck of a lot better than this morning, which is bad news. Our dry air could only delay it for so long. What's our other recon doing? That update yet? Nope. More waiting. More and more waiting. I love that, Ben. I would love that. But I don't think people realize how much of an unrealistic expectation that actually is. Let's see, there we go. Alrighty. Really curious to see what their forecast is going to say at 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. Gracious. No kidding how many times I've said that. Saying 11 a.m. instead of 11 p.m. Because there's definitely a chance they drop that forecasting at Category 4. Man, I'm going to get some good sleep tonight. That's for sure. After streaming for this long, my word. Hopefully I'll have some great energy for tomorrow's live stream. I don't know, like I said, I don't know exactly when we'll be starting up tomorrow's live stream. Yeah, I had a feeling Recon was that might have been a little bit wrong there. They actually took a left turn. And then they're probably going to end up going right back into it like this. I imagine that's what they're going to do, and they're going to go right into it. This recon is already in it at this moment. We're just waiting for the update. And then once both of those finish that pass, they'll issue that 11 a.m. update. 11 p.m. update. Holy cow. I said it again. 11 p.m. update. Yeah, convection's definitely starting to get a little bit on the lackluster side here on the southern side. Not nearly as good as what it was before. Which may actually be favoring intensification here. I say that because I just might be able to strengthen in other quadrants as opposed to the southern and southeastern side now. The more northeast it moves, the better environment it gets to. So, I mean, it's in extremely prime conditions for extremely rapid intensification from probably just after, like I said, just after 11 p.m. tonight, all the way till tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. Probably tomorrow afternoon, all the way from like 11 p.m. tonight, all the way till 5 p.m. tomorrow. And then it may weaken just slightly before landfall. That's a little bit of a question mark there. That's what I was thinking, Ben. That's what's eventually going to happen, and that's what's going to stop all the dry air. Hello, Bucks WX. We're just waiting on the 11 o'clock advisory, We've already been live for nearly 4 hours at this point. I was hoping to get my friend Lucky in here. I know he is a little bit busy tonight. He's less busy than he thought he would be. So it's a better chance. Thank you, Bucks, for the $2 donation. It's greatly appreciated. Let's see. So recon, like I said, they're about to go in again, and once they do, I'm gonna compare that millibar to what models are currently thinking it's at, because why not? Our HAFSA currently thinks it's at a 970 millibar at 11 p.m. So if we find something that's at like 971, if Recon can find 971, then that will be on course to what the HAFSA is showing, which is eventually leads towards a Category 5 landfall on that particular run. They took a sharp. Now that is a sharp, what, right turn for them? Sharp west turn there. Look at that. They freaking said nope. Well, in reality, they probably wanted to get through the western eye wall to see if it was stronger. I'm going to wait for this to update. We might be able to see it here. 974, 974, 973, 973. Nothing lower than that, huh? I still don't think they're finding the exact center there. It's more... I personally think it's more west. I think it's more over here. I don't feel like they actually found the center with that pass. I feel like they keep either turning away and missing it, or just not far enough westward. Oh, we got another chance here with this recon. They're going to fly westward here and then take a sharp southeast or southern turn. They'll either go southeast like that or south like this. This is probably going to be the last pass we get before our 11 o'clock update. Unless these guys here take a sharp Yui like they did before. You can see you can see here they went through, took a sharp Yui, went back in. So if they do that sharp Yui again, they'll be able to get in before the 11 p.m. update. Panama City. Let's see. Panama City. I swear that's... I know where that is. Yeah, that's right here. Tropical storm force, wind speed sustained at probably near 55 miles per hour with gust probably nearing, if not exceeding, 70 miles per hour. That's going to be your main issue there. Flooding could potentially be significant. You could end up with upwards of... Depending on exactly where landfall is, you could end up with anywhere between 6 to 12 inches of rainfall. So rainfall and damaging winds will be the biggest concern. Your tornado threat should be relatively on the lower side of things. So I think really flooding and the wind threat. If you're on the very coastal areas, there could be some very... marginal storm surge upwards of 3 feet, which is nothing like what the Big Bend area is going to get with up to 20 feet. Let's see here where this county is. So that's south of Orlando. You're definitely going to be in one of the lesser areas impacted. Your main threat will be isolated tornadoes. Pretty much all of the afternoon and definitely all the evening hours tomorrow. Some isolated gusty winds, potentially over 60 miles per hour, with sustained winds right around 40 to 50 miles per hour. And I don't think flooding is going to be a massive issue out there south of Orlando. Yeah, Orlando's in the level 1 out of 4 for flash flooding. The potential for minimal rainfall. I mean, man, they're barely even forecasting rain for you now. They're barely even forecasting rain for you, so you may not even end up with but an inch of rainfall out there. It just depends how far west this thing actually goes. The Panhandle is definitely going to get it the worst, but barely any precipitation with a wind field of tropical storm force wind speeds is going to be possible. So basically, like a very windy day with minimal rain in and south of Orlando. And any rain you do get, we could have a stronger storm that ends up potentially having a tornado threat. Still trying to close off that dry air. I don't think it's doing that bad. It's closing it off on the north side. It's definitely getting all that dry air away from the main core. And it's trying its hardest to close off that west side too. So it's still in a pretty good intensification phase here. Pretty good look to it. Whoa. I might need stronger glasses. Did somebody on Twitter just call this system a bust? That is one of the last things I expected to come across my feed today. Jeez. Holy crap, that is like the last thing I expected to see. Wow. That is crazy. Mission 12 found 970? What? Cap. Definitely not where they're at right now. If they found 970 in the northern side of the system. Let's follow their path, see if we can find 970. I saw 971.8. That's what I saw. Oh, there's 971 on the dot. And there's 970.8. Wow, yeah. That is 970.8 right there. 970.3? I don't see that here. It could just be because I'm missing some data on Radar Omega. Let me go over here. Cyclone WX, see what this says for recon data mission 3 into Helene. View mission. This says minimum pressure found was 970.8. I'm getting tired. 970.8. Oh, Lord. I don't know if I can find it, Catman. It's long gone. I'm sure I could find one. If I end up finding it again tonight, I'll let you know. But I saw it. I should have saved it, sent it to the Lucky. Never use the B word or the Q word in weather. Can't forget the Q word, man. Let's see here. Yeah, it's still really improving, y'all. I mean, it's looking better and better. All right, let's see. Are they going to take a sharp turn? Where the heck is this what? Oh, they're done. Dang it. Rip. Dang, bro, that sucks. Kind of what I expected, though. I mean, gracious day. Look at all the freaking passes they did. So Recon 12's done. Wow, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What they do? Like 9, 10 different, 9 different, 9 or 10 different passes in here, just around the system. Now, actually going through the eye. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 different passes through the actual eye itself. And then this is Recon 13. They probably have 1 or 2 more left in them as well. So we may not actually have Recon in this thing from like 11 or from like 11:30 to 12:30 or 1. There might be a period here where we don't have Recon in this storm. Because our next Recon will arrive in this storm about 12:30 a.m. Eastern. So it all comes down to if these guys run out of gas. It all comes down to if they run out of fuel. Let's see here. So we'll see. We'll see if Recon 13 can find something or not. If they do the update, yeah, I'd say it's going to be 85,972. I don't know if they're going to actually go that low. Maybe they will because we already know it's going to... What the heck? Because we already know it's going to strengthen, so maybe they will. But since when? Since freaking when did that happen? Where did bro come from? 8080 in the North Central Atlantic. I saw that guy, but where did he come from? You're telling me we're going to get Isaac and... I don't even know the next name there. Where did that thing come from? I didn't see that anywhere, man. I saw the like a 10% or 20% AOI this morning. I didn't see it go to 8080. Shows you how homed in I was on Helene here. That is crazy. I didn't even notice that. Oh, they just updated it. They just updated that Outlook like 7 minutes ago. That's why. That is why. Oh, you guys could have told me it was a drop zone. Did you guys tell me that? It was a drop zone that got 970. See if anyone said that in chat. It was drop zone that got 970. What? Joyce? Joyce? That's the next name. Yeah, I didn't even look that far into our hurricane named storms. I can tell you that if we actually do get Hurricane Isaac whilst we have Major Hurricane Helene, and then we end up with Tropical Storm Joyce, that's really going to help our potential for a lower ACE score to close out September. All right, there's... What is that? That's 2 bottles of water down for me. I like to stay very hydrated in these streams so I can actually have my voice the next day. $90 mph and 970, I wouldn't be surprised with that either. I'm sorry, but I can't be intimidated by a storm named Kirk. Helene and Isaac are 2 of the most intimidating names on that list. I didn't look through the whole list, though. Helene definitely seemed like an intimidating name. And Isaac as well. Joyce, Kirk. Milton, Oscar, Patty, Sarah. Is that Sarah? Is that how you spell Sarah? Valerie, William, Tony, Raphael, Nadine, Milton, Lisa. I can't pronounce that one. Lisa, Lisa Lee, Lisa Lee. Yeah, Helene and Isaac definitely stick out. Helene, Isaac, and probably Valerie, William, Tony too. There's a few that stick out to me, but Isaac is always the I ones, man. Those always stick out. The H ones too. Yeah, I think Drop Zone got either a 970 or 971. I don't know exactly. But yeah, newest National Hurricane Center advisory will probably come shortly after Recon gets back into this storm, if they are able to. We'll see. We'll see. They may be angled out to leave right now. Look at that. They might be angling out to leave or angling around to pull a sharp Yui before the next advisory, one or the other. I'm starting to be on that boat too of this not becoming a Cat 4. I was skeptical even this morning of a high-end Cat 3. I think we're looking at a mid to high-end Cat 3 personally. It's going to take some very big work to get this thing to a low-end Cat 4. It's going to take a lot of work overnight, man. I mean, we're going to have to wake up and it's going to have to be a fully different structure. Literally. It is probably going to have to end up being a completely different structure tomorrow morning if we're looking at a low-end or mid-tier Cat 4. But who knows, man? The Gulf of Mexico, don't underestimate it. All right. Well, I'm going to quickly just take about a minute and a half break. I will be right back just really fast. Alright, y'all. I'm back. See if Recon updated at all. Not yet. Oh, it's going to be a little while. Probably 10 minutes before we get another update from them. Thank you, YouTube, for letting me know my audio bit rate's low. All I simply did was leave my chair. Let's see here. Nope. NHC kept Cat 4 at landfall. There's some, I don't even know what it is, but it's like a very early advisory thing that people get. So they're going to keep Cat 4 at landfall. I'm sorry for y'all. I didn't mean to get your hopes up. I'm just really hoping that that's not going to happen. But they still kept Cat 4. Just keep those hopes high, though, okay? Keep them high. Prepare for that worst case scenario, but hope for the best. That's what we want to do. It's not looking that bad in terms of a better case scenario. But the fact that NHC is still keeping Cat 4 even after all this dry air, Holy crap. It might be worth staying up to watch what happens. That's what it is. Yeah, I'm not gonna grab anything that's gonna keep me up. I'd rather go to sleep early tonight and wake up early tomorrow morning to see what it looks like. All I gotta say is you don't want to miss the intensification tomorrow morning, y'all. Overnight, I don't think it's gonna be that rapid overnight, but holy cow. From like 6 a.m. and on, it's gonna go ham. I don't think it's gonna be something that we've seen in a while, the type of intensification we're gonna see. If they still have kept that Cat 4, I mean, my word. That's just crazy. That was a voice crack. I haven't had one of those in a long time. That's how much I've used my voice today. That was an official voice crack from TOG. Holy cow. I pray Pez ain't in here. Y'all, please don't tell him. Don't let Lucky or Pez know. My word. You're staying up all night? Oh, man. I wish the best of luck to you. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Maybe if it was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, maybe I could, but now, nope. Don't even, Levi. Don't even. No. Haven't seen you in here in a little bit. Maybe you've just been stalking my streams. Man. Yo, it's crazy. I've only had like a limited amount of voice cracks in my whole life. I wasn't one of those kids to have a crazy voice crack when I was like 13, 14. My word. I guess I've been talking a lot today with my friends about this system. I've been a little bit louder than normal on the stream. I don't know. Hey, I appreciate that a lot, Levi. I appreciate that a lot. Even with everybody who's gone live today, this has somehow actually become one of my most viewed live streams on this channel. It is surpassed yesterday by far. This will go down as 1, 2, 3, 4. What, the 6th most viewed live stream. It's going to be close for the 5th most viewed live stream on this channel. And like I said, the crazy thing is all of those have happened in the last 5 months. I don't know about tomorrow. Everyone's going to go live tomorrow. I'd be surprised if we have any viewership close to this for tomorrow. I'll just say this. I am stupidly lucky to have the people I have in this live stream right now. Last year, hurricane season for this channel was a low point. Almost as low as winter. So I'm just really glad that we've actually reached people this hurricane season. That just means a lot. Regardless, though, of how many people I would have reached, I would have been here. Like I said, I do all this for fun. Believe it or not, this is considered fun to me, huh? Talk about a nerd, am I right? I saw that, Cloud Man. I saw that. I saw that. I didn't want to mention it. I saw it. But Recon does show a potential pinhole eye forming. I didn't want to say it because that's the exact opposite of what we were hoping for. A pinhole eye would allow for a case of very rapid intensification. But fingers crossed. Doesn't happen. I got to finish my winter forecast. I still have a few tweaks here and there that I'm going to finish probably the weekend. Probably like Sunday, Monday, I'll probably start, finishing up that winter forecast. I'll probably end up putting out one more video around that time too. So this isn't exactly what I'm going to do, but if I put a video out like Monday or Tuesday, I'm actually going to schedule the premiere. It's going to be a premiere of our winter forecast on October 4th at 6 p.m. Eastern. And you will literally be able to see it count down from legit about 6-7 days out. It's going to count down 6 days, 7 days, 6 days, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then it's going to start doing the 24-hour countdown. That's what it's going to do. So in order to time that correctly, I think I have to put a video out on like the 28th or the 29th. I don't know what date that is. And who knows what that video is going to be on. I mean, what am I going to talk about? After Helene, what do I talk about? You get so used to a hurricane to talk about, like, every time you hop on the live stream, there's always that system to talk about. And when it's gone, it's like, I don't know what to do. 267 likes. We are... So, this might be, like, the third most liked live stream. Third or fourth. So, it's going to be the fifth or sixth most viewed live stream, and the third or fourth most liked live stream. Fantasy GFS? Oh, maybe I will have something to talk about. Yeah, right. That's not going to happen. What? 1, 2, 3 more tropical storms? Yeah, right. Sure, GFS, sure. 3 more tropical storms in the Gulf. That is not going to happen. Let me look at your GFS ensembles. That is such the GFS being GFS, man. Ensembles barely light up, y'all. It barely lights up for ensembles. Don't bet on that at all. The only thing ensembles really light up on is a tropical storm to hurricane forming in the main development region, which would get the name Isaac. Unless the one in the north central main development region actually manages to form before. So you were here for our most liked and viewed live stream then, Jared. I remember your name. Jared, I remember that. I do remember you. From probably, what was it, the May 27th live stream I'm betting on. I do remember you. Yep. Yep, I just looked at it, Jared. You were there. You were there. I've got your chat. You sure were. That's where Jared found me. The only thing about being live all day is I don't know how to fit that into my eating schedule. With some all-day live streams, like we did a 16-hour live severe weather coverage one day. It was the only reason why I was able to eat was because of Lucky. So I could actually do it, you know, if I eat lunch, obviously. I could hop on here at like 1 p.m. and then stream all the way until Lucky gets here, and then I'll go eat again, and then I could stream until landfall. It's possible. It is possible. I'll consider it. But if I do that, I'm not gonna have a voice, man. I would have a voice. There is definitely an eye trying to form. Look at this. Look at this loop. First time in a little while I've sent y'all over to this scene, huh? Look at that. Look right here. See that convection trying to wrap around? There is definitely an eye trying to form. There is definitely an eye trying to form. This looks so much healthier now. Wow. This looks really good already. Holy moly. Wow, it has improved wildly over the last 2 hours. Look at that. That's the last 2 hours. It has improved ridiculously. That is not good. Just like Ben just literally said, that is not good. Let me see if I can show you guys what Recon got. Recon's radar. This should be it. Yeah, look at this. 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 It's provided by Cyclonic WX. Look at that. You know what we call that? Come on, weather enthusiasts. We call that a pinhole eye. That is what we also like to call as... Oh no. Just like Finn said. There you go. That is what we like to call a pinhole eye right there. Maybe that will stay. Maybe it won't. We call it a donut. No, that's the tornado term. That's the tornado term. That's the tornado term. When normally when a tornado is beginning its occlusion process and wraps around towards the forward flank downdraft, then it becomes a donut. Sometimes it survives, sometimes it doesn't. I'm gonna send this to Lucky, and I bet he's gonna flip. Let's see. That is something. I wasn't gonna show it, but now that we're talking about that convection wrapping around the eye, that would make sense. The ice skater. Oh my word. I don't got the energy either, man. Okay, so somebody just sent me microwave imagery here. Basically, there's almost, in a sense, kinda like two eye walls. In a sense, you have an outer eye wall that is somewhere in here, and then you have the inner eye wall that's somewhere in here. So it has like a double eye kind of structure here. I think they call it a double ring. A double ring. And so that doesn't favor rapid intensification. Double whammy. That's a way to put it. Double whammy. Yeah, there you go. That's the non meteorological term for it. A double whammy. That's the general public term for two eyes. A double whammy right there. I like that. That's creative right there. It's like a fake eye wall replacement cycle. Look at that convection though. Look at it. Loop for me. See it? Look at it. It's definitely intensifying right there. And that's going right through the dry air. Dude, if Recon can get into this thing right now or soon, don't you leave. Recon, I swear, if you're leaving right freaking now, come on, turn. Turn and go back into that thing. No way we're about to lose both of our Recon at the same time. Recon 12 is, I'm pretty sure, let me see if they're officially done. Okay, well, Recon 12, according to this, isn't official. Oh, nope, they're officially done. Recon 12 is officially done. I thought so. Recon 13, which is the one you're looking at now, it still doesn't say they're officially done. $9.50 by morning. Okay, what do you consider morning? personally, at this time of year, I consider morning 6 a.m. Eastern. That's around, or do you consider the 5 a.m. advisory or the 8 a.m. advisory? What do you consider morning here? I say, well, let's just go 8 a.m. advisory. How about that? 8 a.m. advisory. What do you think the millibar will be? Yeah, 8 a.m. advisory Eastern. Um, I think I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna say 9. I'm gonna say 9:50. I'm gonna go right with you on that, Cloud Man. I know that's a little bit poor of me to go exactly what you're saying, but I agree. I agree. 9:50 or 9:55. That's what I'm saying, either 9:50 or 9:55. Hey, that's your fault, Cloud Man. You changed it. You changed your name, buddy. All right, if Lucky's gonna hop on, he's running out of time. I don't think so. Regardless, we're not gonna get Recon back in before the next advisory. I I don't think they should pull 90 miles per hour because Recon doesn't seem like they're finding anything greater than 85 or maybe even 80. Connor Croft, our storm chaser, just said this is probably not even a hurricane. I don't agree with that. I agree with a lot of things Connor says, but I disagree with this not being a hurricane. I do still believe this is a mid-tier category 1 hurricane. Now, if they upgrade it to 90 miles per hour, I would be a little bit more, where'd you get that at? Where'd you actually find that wind speed? But 80, 85 miles per hour, I agree with that. I know, I'd say high in Cat 1 is like 90, 95 miles per hour. I disagree with that at the moment. Now, if NHC does it, I don't know. I personally think it's a mid-tier category 1. Oh, Cloudman just said that it's also a high in Cat 1, according to him. It's probably getting there. I think this blob right here, this convection, this new convection that's about to wrap around in it, that's probably what's going to give this high in category 1 status. But we don't have Recon going in there anymore. And it still looks like they're going away. I mean, we'll see within 10 minutes if Recon's done or not. But they're going pretty far away. The only main change I expect at the new advisory is simply decreasing the millibar. Like I said, we know they're gonna keep it at category 4 status. We have an early thing that shows us that. So we already know they're gonna keep it at category 4 status for landfall. We already know they're gonna drop the millibar. It's just a matter of how much. And if they increase anything, well, shoot, nobody knows that one. That'd just be guessing. Let's see here. Okay. I mean, that's definitely probably the second most promising convection I've seen. The first one was when we were thinking about ending stream over an hour and a half ago, where we started seeing the bubbling across the entire hurricane. I can't tell you how long I have been waiting to see convection in the dry air for. I can't tell you how long I have been waiting to see this stupid little blippy thing, this little blip, appear in the dry air slot. It has been so long, and it's finally there to get rid of the dry air. So the dry air in here is nearly gone. The dry air in here is going to be gone pretty freaking fast. What about this dry air here? If that's even dry air, let's be honest. Maybe that's just a convection without, or an outer band in between outer bands. You know, you got an outer band here and an outer band here. Maybe that's not even dry air right here. Come on, Recon. You know you want to turn around and go back into the eye. You see it. I know you're looking at satellite imagery. I know you see that this thing's starting to get an eye. I know you see it, Recon. Oh, there's the NHC advisory. Helene is expected to bring catastrophic winds and storm surge to the northeastern Gulf Coast. Preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion. Millibar has been dropped to, I'm assuming they dropped it at least somewhat. I'm going to just refresh. It's weather enthusiast time. Literally just refresh. 972. Just like I said. 972, same miles per hour at 85. And I guarantee they're still forecasting Cat 4. And I don't think they'd change much more with the advisory. I really don't think there's much of a need to change anything. And we have Tropical Storm Isaac. Tropical Storm Isaac is formed in the northern Atlantic. There you go. We have Isaac now, too. So the one in the main development region will be whatever the heck Matt said the next name was. No, Isaac's not going to touch any land at all. Isaac's going to be well out to sea. So that's good that we're getting rid of our ice storm. Joyce, yeah. Joyce will be in the main development region sometime in the next week or so. That is going to be invest, I believe, in 90... Is it 98L? Oh, no, I think it's 99L. I think it's 99L, actually. Yeah, 99L. Yeah. We gotta wait for them to actually do the advisory, but it has formed. So we got Isaac and Helene now at the same time. Obviously, Isaac is just a little bird fart compared to Helene. Literally. Here's a live look at what's now Tropical Storm Isaac. Or at this point, what looks like what's left of of Tropical Storm Isaac. It looks like a remnants of a tropical storm, not an actual tropical storm itself. Recon recorded, I believe, 970 to 971 millibar, but they did keep it at 9, or they dropped it to 972 overall, which I don't blame them at all. The big drop, though, should be between now and the 2 a.m. advisory, and then a big drop between 2 and the 5 a.m. advisory. And then from there on out, I mean, this was our last little drop. We're going to have big drops between advisories from here on out. I don't see a way we don't. Now is our rapid intensification process. It will probably become a Cat 2. I don't know if they changed their forecast, but probably a Category 2 tomorrow morning. That says 2 a.m. I don't know if that's the newest advisory there or not. But yeah, probably it is not. So, yeah, I'd say category 2 probably at the 5 a.m. advisory. That's what I'm going to say. 5 a.m. advisory would be cat 2 in my opinion. Where is it currently located? What is it? If you're referring to Isaac, it's way freaking up here. Out in the middle of nowhere. If you're referring to Helene's center right now, geez. I think it's gonna be here. Right at that X where I just drew, right about there. Maybe, oh, there you go. Look at that, so close. There's our new advisory. Right there. 100% have a 4. Yep. 130 category 4. That looks a lot more east. That looks a lot more east, right? That's over like Alligator Point, like what we were talking about before. I'm pretty sure this is a lot more east now. I'm pretty sure that's a lot more east. So that's one of the main changes there is a more eastward trajectory. That was a big word. Oh, recon's done for sure. There's probably no point in streaming after 15 minutes from now. So I'll let Lucky say hi.
Yo. What?
Dude's in the last 15 minutes of the live stream.
Bro, I couldn't. I did not have a choice.
Nah, you're good, man. You're good. It wasn't that much of an important stream, but I mean, it is now the fifth or sixth most viewed stream on the channel.
At least I made it at some point.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on this system, Lucky?
Dude, this thing's about to like rapidly intensify into like a major hurricane, like real fast.
I know. I've been
Like-
watching the satellite from this thing going from a freaking supercell looking dry air hurricane to a broken buzzsaw look now is what I'll call it.
What up, Pete? It's Hurricane Specialist Lucky. Got that right.
More like hurricane noob Lucky.
No, that's crazy.
I was here yesterday when he was on. Yeah, he was on for 3 hours. Or
Yes,
3
sir.
or 4. So, my main question for you, Lucky, is when will you be able to help cover tomorrow?
Anywhere from I want to say 5:30.
That's what
And
I was
so
thinking. 5:30 or 6.
5:30, 5:36. Yeah.
That's what I was wondering the most.
What time's landfall supposed to be? I haven't really like looked
Oh,
at
you know
that
what? They
too closely.
just updated it to near landfall. So 8 p.m. It's still about 25, 30 miles off the coast. So landfall would probably be, I'd say, about 9. I'd
Yeah,
say
that's fine.
9.
I'll just can't cover too late, unless somehow school gets canceled. But I don't
Nothing
think
past
so.
11 is what I was thinking, right?
Nothing past like 11. I'll just say 11:30 just because.
Yeah. So pretty much you're gonna be perfectly timed for landfall, really.
Yeah, that's the goal is to
On
just cover
approach to
landfall.
landfall, probably near the middle of landfall, you'll still be live, and after it probably gets towards Tallahassee.
Yeah, probably.
Alabama, Georgia, yeah, the whole state of Georgia is under tropical storm warnings, some under hurricane warnings now. I don't
dude,
know
that's
if they
crazy.
expanded those. What the freak?
Is that even possible, bro?
That is
Like,
one of the
what?
weirdest. That is one of the
Oh.
weirdest forecasts I've seen.
So why is it teleport? Oh, it's doing what those what the models
It goes,
actually.
yeah, it goes
do.
well. It goes northwest, then goes dead west, then the trough picks it up and goes dead east.
Dude, that's crazy.
Wow, that is crazy. That is indeed crazy. But yeah, I mean, we just got our last National Hurricane Center advisory for the next 3 hours. Our last full one until 5 a.m. Our next recon won't be in this thing till 12:30 a.m. So yeah, all recon is officially finished until recon 14 goes into it at 12:30 a.m.
You got to give them props because they do that all day.
Yeah, I definitely give them props, but I mean, this is like the most crucial time for recon.
Yeah.
Like now till midnight is crucial because this thing's literally they leave the eye and they see a pinhole eye and they know we can't stay out any longer. They legit see
Yeah.
a pinhole eye as they're leaving. Like this, the eastern eye wall has just really exploded. Like
Yeah, dude.
it is really going. But I'll let you say your thoughts on this system for 5 minutes or however long you take.
All right. So, long story short, y'all. Helene is about to undergo rapid intensification overnight, and then tomorrow it'll end up being a Category 4 hurricane, which will bring catastrophic impacts to parts of near Tallahassee, that area. We're seeing what was it, TRD? 12 to 18
Oh,
feet of storm surge.
also, not hurricane, tropical storm Isaac formed.
Oh, it did?
Yep, north central Atlantic. Out of freaking nowhere. Bro popped out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
There it is, by the way, officially, for those who may not have believed me.
I
997,
just saw
50
it.
miles per hour. There you go. Little baby tropical storm. Not gonna hit any land. Okay, continue.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's most of it. Just it's gonna rapidly intensify overnight. Next update, I'm not sure what we're gonna see. Like,
Our predictions were what does everybody think for the 8 a.m. advisory tomorrow morning?
oh, probably,
Me and Catman agreed on
probably.
950. I think Jared said 955. Lucky 17. Actually, the NHC just put out the advisory. Duh, they now show category 2 at 8 a.m.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about like just what will we see?
I
I'm
mean, like
thinking
the
category 2.
millibar. The millibar.
Millibar, it's at a 972 right now. Rapid intensification. I'm gonna say we're gonna go with 9.
The most rapid intensification seems to be from tomorrow around 5 a.m. all the way till 8 p.m.
What did you say?
I
You said
said
950.
950 as well as Cloudman.
I'm gonna say 956.
Okay, well, I forgot you could actually go buy like any millibar.
Yeah,
Maybe I was a
yeah.
little
So
bit aggressive. I don't know. I'm still staying with 950.
you think this thing's gonna drop 22 millibars
Yeah,
overnight?
yeah.
I mean,
It,
yeah,
it got rid of
I
all the
get.
dry air. It's going to be in the most favorable time frame of a intensification. It's forecasted to be Cat 2, so yeah.
I mean, I get it. We'll see. We'll see in about 9 hours. That's really it.
All right. Well,
What? Hey, before I go,
I'm gonna get ready to start ending here, man.
what about for me? Do you think it's gonna be enough to cancel school? Because
No,
if Friday gets canceled, I'm talking about like the tornado threat.
no,
No,
no.
dang. I wish. I was hoping you say yes or something. Pretty decent
No,
sized marginal too.
no. You might be able to get inside a slight risk. If the NAM model verifies, shoot. Drop everything and chase.
What the NAM verifies?
Yeah, the NAM 3K. The
Yeah,
worst
we know.
tropical model out there.
Yeah, the worst tropical model. We know what happens with those. Nothing happens. Okay, well, not nothing, but not what the name says. How about that?
There you go, yeah. Then what the NAM says never happens.
It's a rare occasion that it does happen. Like a very rare.
Well, I guess I won't talk to you after stream because you're gonna pass out, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for joining.
All right. Yo. It was good. What, 10 minutes? 10
Yep.
minutes. It was good. It was a good 10 minutes.
33
Hope you
likes
guys
away
have
from 300, Lucky.
Dude, that's crazy.
Oh wait, no, 23 likes. My bad. My bad.
That's crazy. All right. See you, Pete. See you, Mr. Cloud, man. You need to change your name back.
He knows. He knows. He knows.
But yeah, appreciate you guys for joining this dude's stream. Means a lot to both of us, especially him. And again, I say it every Lucky's catchphrase. What? Anyways, I love all y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow around
Say
5:36.
your little phrase, will ya?
Oh, the little.
Once
Okay.
we're ready. Once we're ready.
All right.
You ready? Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Say it.
See you later, brothers.
There you go. uh, I joined the call back. Oh, he joined the call back. Okay,
What you want?
say it.
What I did.
Say it again.
See you later, brothers.
There you go. Now I can comfortably leave the call there. But yeah, this thing's rapidly intensifying, y'all. We've got a lot of convection wrapping around like this. We got a pinhole eye. It's bad. It is bad. You can see the convection that is now fired on the northern side. A little bit far north, but still northern side. As well as the southern side. The pinhole eye is going to be generally here. It's going to eventually open up. Probably tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. And yeah, that's going to be it for the stream. If you guys please could go ahead and leave a like on the live stream as we wrap up. Because even after we are done the live stream, YouTube will probably recommend this to nearly 300 people, if not more than that. If this stream gets just a couple more likes towards the end or after the live stream ends. And I really appreciate everybody tuning in. If you haven't already and you're new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all so you know when I go live or upload a video. And share the channel with the family, friends, social media. We'll probably start our live stream sometime in the afternoon hours of tomorrow for what will most likely be a 6-ish hour coverage day, if not maybe slightly more than that, of the landfall of soon-to-be major Hurricane Helene. I appreciate everybody who donated, everybody who tuned in, all the mods from Mod and Chat. Please stay safe out there. Finish those preparations. Complete them urgently if you live anywhere in Florida. And I will see you guys in tomorrow's live stream. And yeah, that is going to be it. That is going to be it. I got 20 more seconds till I played the music. And like I said, I just appreciate everybody tuning in. With your help and you guys just watching, we've reached... Get this number, over 9,000 people today with the word of Hurricane Helene. I really appreciate it. That's all because of you guys. Stay safe. Watch severe weather in the tropics. Have a great rest of your night. Goodbye. stay safe. Have a great rest of your night. And I will see you guys in tomorrow's live stream. Stay safe. Watch severe weather in the tropics.